running late. It's that the clocks are running fast. Okay? So just please adjust your clock so that we're on time. Right? Okay, good. Fantastic. This is a city of innovation, as we just saw. Should we start? Is it that time? Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. How are we doing? Okay, no. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. How are we doing? There you go. This is not the low energy Agora Blockchain Congress. This is a high energy Global Blockchain Congress, and you're in the right place. Raise your hand if you had coffee this morning. Very good. Raise your hand if you had tea this morning. Raise your hand if you're not going to raise your hand no matter what I say ever. There's always that guy. Now we know it's you, sir. Thank you. Okay, anyways, my name is Gordon Einstein. I am the plug and play MC for this event series because I love it. Ever since I came to Dubai 4 years ago and was wandering the streets in a daze, Hadi and Rim semi-adopted me and said, you know what, we'll put you on stage to be our MC. And I was like, thank you. Fantastic. I love Dubai. So our imperious leader, Hadi, is a little bit sick right now. Hadi, where are you? So everyone turn around and give him a sympathy applause because he's sick. Okay, he shows up, he's on time, and he's coughing. Okay, so just want to give the acknowledgement as the diode, if you like, or the dynamic duo, which is Agora Rim. Big round of applause. Stand up. No, stand up. The better half. Right? Fantastic. Okay. The Hadi replacement will come on stage right now. Come on, Hadi replacement. Wasim, the Sam, Wasim. I thought like I said, I thought Hadi referred to you as the Sam. No, it's Wissam. Well, he messed me up. What do I know? I'm from America. I don't know anything. Anyways, thank you for jumping in for Hadi. I know you have some words to share with this esteemed audience as we kick this off. We're very happy to have you. I'm going to hand you the microphone. And big round of applause.
Hello, everyone. Hope you had a good morning. Dear delegates, esteemed guests, sponsors, and speakers, welcome to the 14th Global Blockchain Congress. This event holds a special significance for us. First, we take immense pride in reaching the 14th edition milestone of the Global Blockchain Congress series. Second, we gather at a pivotal moment, a time when global economic activity is facing an unexpected downturn. Inflation is at records high, and the crypto markets are navigating yet another crisis. However, despite the volatility, one thing remains clear. Blockchain technology continues to evolve, disrupt, and shape industries worldwide. Recent developments in the cryptocurrency world, from major Bitcoin movements to new regulations and political shifts, reminds us what this space is constantly evolving. And speaking of major shifts, one of the biggest developments in the political and financial landscape is the election of President Donald Trump, widely regarded as a true crypto president. This marks a historic change in one of the most crypto-hostile environments. With his return to office, the industry is poised for a potential shift in US crypto policies, and it will be fascinating to see how this new leadership impacts global markets and blockchain adoption. Over the next 2 days, we will explore the latest trends, challenges, and opportunities in the blockchain sector. Our agenda is packed with insightful presentations, engaging panel discussions, and invaluable network opportunities. We have gathered an incredible lineup of speakers who will share their thoughts, insights, and expertise for the future of blockchain. This Congress has a proven track record of success, a history built on meaningful connections and real impact. To date, millions of dollars have been raised to fund blockchain startups from around the world. We have hosted over 1,600 investors, 360 blockchain projects, and more than 700 esteemed speakers. Imagine this. What makes this Congress truly unique is our highly curated, pre-scheduled one-on-one meetings between investors and blockchain projects. We have 100 vetted investors, all looking to invest in blockchain projects, matched with only a few hand-picked projects seeking funding. At the heart of this process is Agora's proprietary matching algorithm, which ensures that the right investors meet with the right projects. So this is the recipe of our success. None of this would have been possible without our esteemed sponsors. Your support is what makes this event happen. A special thanks to all our delegates, esteemed guests, speakers, and organizers who have contributed their time and efforts to make this event a reality. As we celebrate a collective blockchain legacy, we are grateful for the unwavering belief and the trust of our investors, partners, and clients. Your continued support drives the future of blockchain and strengthens our vision as Agora. Finally, a small but important request. Please let's stick to the schedule so we can ensure a smooth and timely program for everyone. Last but not least, I wish you all a productive and successful event, and I look forward to welcoming you in our upcoming 15th edition of the Global Blockchain Congress. Thank you. Enjoy. Gordon, again.
Well done. Thank you so much. All right. We are going to start off with a fantastic panel presentation being run by a very good friend of mine. The topic is UAE, home of Web3 and digital assets. With an increased competition from international and regional centers, what is the UAE doing to enhance its leadership position at the heart of this industry? So Kareem Bana, the head of partnerships from Brink. Kareem, come on stage. Big round of applause. He will be leading the panel. Very good guy, very good friend of mine. You'll introduce the other panelists, I believe.
I will. Thank you so much. Good morning, Agora. I'm very happy to be here. So my name is Kareem. I'm the head of partnerships at Brink. We are a VC and accelerator program backed by Animoca Brands. Over the past 3 years, we've invested in and accelerated over 60 crypto startups. We are now about to launch our next program with Sui. And today's topic is going to be about how the UAE has really cemented itself as the home of digital assets, Web3, and crypto. And joining me on stage, I have a very amazing panel who are going to we're going to discuss basically how we got here, how we're going to maintain this edge, and what's going to come for during the next 4 years. So please join me on stage, and I'll have each one of them introduce themselves right after. Thanks. And before we get started, I would like to just read the room a little bit and see who we have here in the audience. So if you are a founder of a Web3 business, please put your hand up. If your company is registered in the UAE, please put your hand up. Amazing. And then how many investors are in the room today? Who's an investor? Okay, guys, take notes, because that's who you should be talking with afterwards. Fantastic. Great. So let's get started. And I'm going to ask a general question first, and then before you answer, please just introduce yourself as well, if that's okay. Sorry, it's been a long week. So, in your opinion, what are the key factors that have enabled the UAE to emerge as a leader in the world in the digital asset space? We'll start with Abdullah.
Hello, guys. My name is Abdullah Dhari. I'm the CEO of the Blockchain Center in Abu Dhabi. What emerges UAE as a leader in the digital asset space, it's proactive willingness to always innovate in this industry and always allows companies from all around the world to come here and building their startups with an ecosystem that allows everyone to grow. We've been seeing in the past months right now, other jurisdictions from around the world have been shifting and changing, but still, like, I do see there has been clarity in this region more than any other region around the world. There has been a proactive engagement from the community and regulators. There have been a big talent shift into this region from all around the world. And why is that? I think, and everybody knows here, we are the only jurisdiction in the world that offers incentives programs, that offers efficient policies, and allow users to grow in this region itself.
Thank you. Hubertus?
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Hubertus Tonhauser. I've been in Dubai since almost 15 years now, long before Web3 started. To answer your question, I'm the chairman of GAF Capital, which is a Web3 venture capital firm, and we're also one of the co-contributors of the Sui ecosystem in the region. So the reason why I believe Dubai is definitely one of the top 3 countries worldwide when it comes to adoption of Web3 and crypto, starts long before the regulatory part. It's demographics. It's a very young population. We saw that back in the days with tech adoption. It was the fastest adopter of, back in the days, Facebook, mobile, iOS, Android in the gaming industry. And I think that's a function of, that counts for the GCC, for Dubai in particular. That's just leads to a more open and tech-savvy approach from the user base. And the leaders, they're also young. They understand technology. They understand what it means to, to provide consumer-facing experiences. And the regulatory approach and the regulatory framework we've seen here with VARA, ADGM, recently DFSA, the crypto regulations there, I think that's just a function of that, of this general understanding. And I think this is a fantastic basis. And obviously from that regulatory part, then what grew up from that is, you attract entrepreneurs, then you create the network effects, which we are seeing now. And I think the journey is just started.
Fantastic. Thank you. Mohammed.
Good morning, everyone. Mohammed Al Hakim, President of Crypto.com here in the GCC region. I think so when it comes to the UAE and adoption, I always like to go back 10 years ago. We had a very famous picture, or I was actually attending the session at the Prime Minister's office where His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid stood in front of a whole audience and said, our future is in an iPhone or in a mobile phone. And I think so this is where the era of digital entered. I think so when we look at the crypto world, Web3, digital in general, we have grown in the last 10 years to where in areas that we never expected to see ourselves. So UAE has always been a great ground to test things, knowing the framework, how it works. We have regulators over here today, if it's VARA, ADGM, DFSA. They're all doing amazing jobs. For me personally, since I've joined Crypto.com, VARA's leadership in this field here, and especially in Dubai, have been very promising, very supporting. So yeah, it's been an interesting journey, especially when it comes to our world, when it comes to cryptocurrency and where we're heading to.
Fantastic, thank you. And Dr. Samir, would love to hear your thoughts since you work at the RAC DAO.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. So Samir Al Ansari, the CEO of RAC Digital Assets Oasis. I've been in the UAE 37 years, so I've seen it all. Most of my working career has been in the UAE. Involved a lot with the government of Dubai initially, and for the last 6-7 years, government of Ras Al Khaimah. So I was involved in the creation of Dubai Holding, the DIFC. I was the chairman and CEO of Dubai's first sovereign wealth fund, Dubai International Capital, so on and so forth. And as I say, the last few years I got pulled into the blockchain, Web3 and crypto world, and I've enjoyed it thoroughly. I learned a lot. My colleagues have said a lot of the things that were on my list, so perhaps I'll try and focus on some other things. I think you've seen it. The rest of the world has effectively said no to crypto over the last 3 years. And for many, it's a question of, we don't understand it. It's a threat to our financial system, so easier to say no. The UAE took the opposite approach, particularly Dubai first, and then Abu Dhabi, and then Ras Al Khaimah. And it was, no, we're open to innovation. In fact, we encourage it. And it's a question of getting the right balance, the right regulations that will attract the right companies, because the right balance is always a difficult one, right? If it's too open, you attract trouble, and if it's too strict, then nobody's going to come. And I think we've done a phenomenal job of achieving that. And the fact that in the UAE you have a Dubai VARA, you have financial centers, including ADGM, and you have a RAC DAO means any company, whether a startup or a mature company, in this wider space has a solution in the UAE. Because if you're a regulated entity, you're conducting VASP activities and so on, then you can go to Dubai VARA and ADGM. If you're not conducting a regulated activity, then you've also got RACDAO to come to, and you have a free zone with the right regulations, an ecosystem that supports you in every step of the way, etc., etc. I think those are the things that differentiate us from the rest of the world. It's not easy. I think we've done a fantastic job. Competition is coming, and there are a lot of things that we need to focus on and improve going forward.
Thank you so much. I think those are all fantastic answers. There's one thing that I did see that was missed, favorable tax structure. So I wanted to ask you, Hubertus, how do you think that affects the UAE's edge when you're comparing it to like Switzerland or Singapore, like, you know, the tax structure in terms of income tax, corporate tax?
Well, I think the tax by itself is not a critical factor for attracting talent to a region. It might be interesting for investors, for founders who just made their money to come here, or for more established players. But for really early stage companies, the main important thing is to have network effects, to have access to capital, sound regulatory environment, an ecosystem. And I think the UAE is doing very well in that. I think comparing it to other jurisdictions, I mean, depends on how you define adoption, right? I mean, adoption, when you just look at the adoption of crypto by the end user, the number one in the world is India, followed by Nigeria and Vietnam, and the Philippines, I think, and Turkey. So this is probably not the same countries which have the adoption of technology of crypto at a larger scale. But if you put into the mix the adoption of crypto and Web3 in the industries by institutions of tech innovation, then I believe still that UAE is a top three, with Singapore and Hong Kong. Both of them are very tax-friendly regulations, and I think the good tax regime helps to keep the companies here once they mature and not move elsewhere. But at the end of the day, crypto is a global play. And if you talk about Europe, I think Switzerland has been definitely the leader in the European markets for a very long time. They were one of the first to create the proper ecosystem for Web3. The Crypto Valley in Zug, Switzerland, which now expanded to the whole country. I think they also, like the UAE, they provided very early on sound regulation, regulatory framework by the FINMA, and this attracted founders, etc. What you have in Switzerland, though, you don't have the development teams at scale, because it's a very expensive environment. It's tax efficient, but it's also expensive. So development teams usually sit elsewhere, but the holding companies, the founders, the service providers, they're mainly based there. So it's probably the number one in Europe. But I would guess UAE in that whole segment definitely sits under the top three of the world.
Okay, thank you so much. And Mohammed, I wanted to ask you, Crypto.com is obviously a global platform. So what are your initiatives to kind of make sure that the UAE remains as a digital assets hub?
Dubai is our regional hub today. We're continually trying to expand our business when it comes to the GCC region. We recently published our road map for the next 2 years when it comes to the UAE and the GCC region. We're committed to make sure that we're working with the local, with the expats, with the institution, with government services, so we can all work together and bring the traditional finance with the new finance that has come out, and basically do an amazing collaboration when it comes to that. I think so. Recently we've just acquired, done an acquisition with Orient Principal Limited out of ADGM in Abu Dhabi. Previously, this was just finance web, when using a brokerage, but today, we can look into that market also when we took the acquisition of Orient. We are very happy that we're one of the first to be in the region and the world to sign with Dubai Islamic Bank, creating new products when it comes to Sharia compliance, trying to look at, seeing if we can do an AED stable coin when it comes to Sharia compliance with them.
Mic drop. I didn't drop the mic.
And I think so, when we were signing with the DIB, it was all about, how can they move from traditional finance to where we are today, how to look at Web3, how to look at other areas. So to see the local banks looking at that area, that was very, very good. I think so also recently we launched our AED Fiat wallet that's giving to our loyal users here in the UAE to withdraw cash, to deposit cash. And it has helped us in a lot of ways when it comes to the AED Fiat wallet. And at the same time, I think so, with VARA giving us, the forward thinking and their leadership, today we have a global partnership when it comes to Standard Chartered Bank. So this is one area that they've been very helpful on that. And I think so the last, I think so, would be to the Crypto.com is an amazing application that we have today. It's not because I am Crypto.com, but it's as a user, it's been very user-friendly as an application. We're over 90 countries around the world. And we're always thinking on how to use the next step forward and how to move when it comes to the region.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Yeah, we're excited to see that. Hopefully there'll be some favorable listing fees for UAE-based companies. Abdullah, with your experience, would love to learn more about some of the challenges you see some of the UAE-based projects are having, and how can we address them and help them scale?
This question is interesting because I've always been asked this, what are the challenges here and all of that. Look, I think everywhere in the world there are challenges, yes, but some things, and I'll say it openly here, I do not see any country in the world right now that have been addressing these challenges, same how it's being addressed here in the UAE, whether it's from regulators, ADGM, for example, 2018 launched their first draft of frameworks there. When it came to Dubai itself, there is VARA. If anybody can tell me which, MiCA was just recently right now, and Dubai was early on that time. So see how much forward thinking there has been in this space. One thing that people also don't look at, tech adoption. Guys, we're in a space where people say, okay, where's the mass adoption? Anybody who's living here uses the UAE Pass. It's using blockchain technology as its backend since early back days. Land registries are using blockchain technologies. So we are not following trends here. Nobody is following the trend, or, oh, I'm going to do this because another country is doing it, or, oh, the UAE sovereign fund is going to start buying up Bitcoin because BlackRock is doing it. We have set the trends early on, and other nations right now are benchmarking from what the UAE has been doing. 2 weeks ago, and I don't know if anybody saw, the Security Commodity Authority launched a white paper defining what is a security token right now, meaning crypto exchanges, like our brother here, Mohammed, are allowed, if anybody gets the federal license soon enough, are allowed to deal with security tokens on their platform. This, and I'm sure right now, and I'll say it openly, whether the Trump administration is there or not, whether MiCA is there or not, it would take them 5 years to implement this. And they wouldn't be in the fast pace how the UAE is growing right now. So I do not see that there are any challenges itself in this region. I see an open engagement from government entities to public institutions or private institutions and regulators themselves. And I do see a fast-growing economy and space here, especially with a $3.8 trillion market cap industry.
I completely agree. You made some fantastic points. It is going to take time. I think even with us, what we've seen here with VARA, they were completely overwhelmed with a lot of applications that came through, and we're just starting to see them now issue these licenses to Crypto.com, I think, and OKX and all the others. So would love to ask you, Dr. Samir, since you're in the thick of it, how do you think, is that going to speed up now much faster? Are they going to be, are there more frameworks that are ready to help support these companies kind of, navigate the regulatory landscape?
Yes, I mean, there are more and more players in this space, and I think more and more professional players in this space. We've had our ups and downs over the last 10 years. But I completely agree with Abdullah that on the regulatory side, if I kind of look forward to what else should we be doing and how will the space change, how do we stay ahead too? That's absolutely critical, right? So on the regulatory side, the licensing side and so on, we have made progress, but I think if you asked Matt or if you asked any of the CEOs of the regulators and so on, they'll tell you we're working on many things to streamline the process, to make it easier, to make it clearer, etc., etc. I think that's a challenge that everybody is facing, even us. And I'm going to really confuse you because I keep saying we license companies that are conducting unregulated activities. So what does that mean? Well, it actually means it's even more difficult because you know what's regulated, tick the box. Everything else is unregulated, but 50% is actually gray in between. So actually creating clarity for companies to know where to go and what it means for them and how does it work is very, very important. And staying ahead means also some of the things that Abdullah was talking about, including staying ahead of the competition, which is coming on real-world solutions. So tokenizations, real-world assets, what are the regulations for those? Let's do it first. Let's make sure it works before everybody else does it. We do unregulated activities, but we launched DARE at the end of October last year, a legal wrapper for decentralized autonomous organizations. The first in the world to have such a legal wrapper and to apply it in the UAE. So we have to stay ahead of the competition and do these things. And the other thing I would add is we have a problem with compliance, full stop. Anyone from compliance here, I will sit with you and explain why we have a problem with compliance. Because all the compliance professionals, with all my respect, come from the banking and financial services world. It's a different world. And you apply that to our world, you're creating a problem. See, everybody is smiling and nodding because they have the same problem. Whether to find them, hire them, train them, etc., it is a problem. So we need a solution for that. And I think technology, AI and so on, hopefully will help us. But the sooner the better. It'll make life easier for these people. It'll make life easier for us. It'll make life easier for everybody coming to work with us. And I think the last thing I would add is globalization. So we're not the only nation on this planet Earth. We have to work with the rest of the globe. And as more and more introduce crypto rules, regulations, etc., we have to make sure that we are working with them, which makes companies licensed in the UAE even stronger. So that's, I think, a key challenge and a key opportunity going forward.
I think those are all fantastic points, and I just wanted to add, over the past 2 years, obviously I've worked with a lot of startups who set up here, and banking, setting up a bank account for these companies has been a challenge, but you're now starting to see, I think Zand Bank, I'm hearing this name a lot, that is helping these companies really set up a digital bank account. So things are progressing, which is exciting. And I wanted to just now kind of shift the conversation because I think everyone's excited about a new America and a new, oh wow, only a minute left. It's getting good. I'm kidding. So yeah, we just wanted to touch on how Gary Gensler obviously was bad for our industry, but it was really great for what happened here in the UAE. And so we just wanted to see how we can maintain that competitive edge and make sure that we keep this sustainable for the next, this will be the final question too, for the next 4 years.
I think we will be the number one. Not even I think. I'm sure we will be the number one. In the next 6 months, a lot of, okay, I'll say it here, a lot of exchanges are going to move their headquarters from unregulated jurisdictions such as Seychelles, etc., into the UAE. So I don't see there is a market dominance from other regions. Again, if you guys want to take whatever President Trump signed and his executive orders, especially David Sachs speaking yesterday about these executive orders that have been signed, they are still thinking to study how can they create a strategic Bitcoin reserve, how can they create regulations, where we have been doing this like many, many years ago. So the competitive edge here is that we will always be number one. This is going to be a home for all companies, for exchanges, for any crypto activity coming here. There is going to be more certainty coming into this region, especially as an example for market makers. And I do see a fast-growing space in the next couple of years.
Fantastic, thank you. Final points, Hubertus?
Yeah, I think it's a net positive for the UAE. Why? Because the US is a super big market. Assuming that the regulations, which we, by the way, don't know how they will look like yet, but assuming they will be positive for the industry, What does it mean? It means that you create a lot of business for the whole industry. It's not a zero-sum game, right? You create network effects. A lot of players who came to the UAE, they are international groups who are, some of them even from the US. I think this will have a good spillover effect to the region. They will take more risks, go into emerging markets or into markets like the GCC or the Middle East. So I think it's net positive. What it might have as a consequence is that some of the founders who were considering to leave the US and to move to the UAE now might probably reconsider that because they feel more safe in their home country. But it doesn't mean that this has a negative effect on the region at all.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. I could talk to you guys all day and pick your brain on what's happening, but we are limited on time. But thank you so much. Please, round of applause for the panelists.
Well done. And I like how you point out that the United States having Gary Gensler is a strategic advantage for other countries. Think about that. Having a certain person in office in your country helps other countries. Thanks, buddy. Gary Gensler is why I came to Dubai. All right. I'm very happy to invite onto the stage our title sponsor presentation. The topic is Unleashing the Power of OPN, the token driving AI, DeFi, and decentralized infrastructure. So Jimmy Ibrahim, Chief Business Development Officer, please come to the stage. Big round of applause. How are you? Good morning. You hear that? That's all right. Woo! All right, go for it. All yours.
Thank you. All right. So, good morning, distinguished guests, investors, blockchain enthusiasts, and visionaries. It's an absolute honor to attend before you the 14th Global Blockchain Congress, where the brightest minds in technology and finance converge to shape the future. Today, I'm here not just to present a project, but to introduce a paradigm shift in how we view decentralization, AI, and finance. Welcome to IOPN, the Internet of People powered by networks, and more importantly, the powerhouse driving it forward, OPN token and OPN chain. Our mission is bold, our vision is clear, and the opportunity before you is transformative. Let's dive in. The current digital landscape is dominated by centralized entities that control data, limit access, and stifle innovation. Whether it's AI algorithms that define our online experiences, the financial systems that dictate global economies, or the infrastructure we rely on daily. The common denominator is centralization. Big tech monopolies hold the key to our data. Traditional financial systems are slow, opaque, and exclusive. Global infrastructure is vulnerable, inefficient, and lacks resilience. The result? A world where control is concentrated in the hands of a few, while the many are left with limited autonomy over their digital identities and financial futures. This is where IOPN steps in. We envision a world where power is decentralized, data is sovereign, and opportunities are accessible to all. IOPN isn't just another blockchain project. It's a comprehensive ecosystem designed to democratize access to AI, finance, and digital infrastructure, empower individuals to control their data and digital assets, foster innovation without the constraints of centralized systems. And at the heart of IOPN is the OPN chain, a high-performance, EVM-compatible Layer 1 blockchain built on the Cosmos SDK. It offers unparalleled scalability for global adoption, lightning-fast transactions with sub-second finality, robust security and interoperability with other blockchains. But what truly powers the ecosystem is the OPN token. The OPN token isn't just a digital asset. It's the lifeblood of the IOPN ecosystem. It drives value, incentivizes participation, and facilitates governance. Its key utilities are real-world asset tokenization, enabling fractional ownership of real estate, commodities, and intellectual property, unlocking new liquidity pools. DeFi ecosystem backbone, which it underpins decentralized finance plus AI protocols, enhancing yield strategies, risk management, and automated trading. Decentralized physical infrastructure networks, or DePIN, supports GPU networks, decentralized cloud storage, and smart energy grids. Powering AI agents, so OPN fuels autonomous, self-learning AI agents that optimize financial strategies, governance models, and predictive analytics. Our tokenomics at a glance. We have a total supply of 25 billion OPN tokens, a deflationary mechanism where token burns link to transaction volume, creating scarcity and value appreciation over time. Staking and governance, empowering the community to participate in decision making. So why OPN? Because it's not just a token. It's the engine driving the future of decentralized economies. We are at the intersection of three explosive markets. The AI market projected to reach 1.8 trillion by 2030, with applications across industries from healthcare to finance. The DeFi already exceeding 50 billion in total value locked, showcasing the demand for decentralized financial services and decentralized infrastructure, or DePIN. As Web3 expands, the need for secure, resilient, and decentralized infrastructure grows exponentially. The convergence of AI, DeFi, and DePIN is inevitable, and IOPN is positioned at the heart of this transformation. We are not building the ecosystem in isolation. Our strategic partnerships are a testament to the trust and credibility we have established in the industry. Our key partnerships, the RAK DAO, or Ras Al Khaimah Digital Asset Oasis, where we've committed to invest 100 million by 2030 to position RAK as a global Web3 hub. Binance, by integrating IOPN into their ecosystem through residency by trade programs, providing exposure to millions of users. NVIDIA, powering AI-driven decentralized data centers with cutting-edge GPU technology. And Arten Capital, Tonino Lamborghini, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Prime Developments, expanding into the real estate tokenization and global citizenship programs. These partnerships aren't just logos on a slide. They are active collaboration driving real-world adoption. Now, let's break down the core components of the IOPN ecosystem. We have the OPN chain, the backbone, providing the infrastructure for fast, secure, and scalable transactions. We have the OPN token, the utility token driving economic activity within the ecosystem. DeFi, combining DeFi and AI for smarter, more efficient financial services. RWA tokenization, making real-world assets accessible through fractional ownership. And the Neo-Citizen program, redefining digital identity and citizenship in a borderless world. This isn't just a blockchain project. It's an ecosystem designed to thrive in the decentralized future. You're probably wondering, why should I invest in OPN? Here's why. Early access to innovation. Be part of a project that is defining the future of AI, DeFi, and decentralized infrastructure. Real-world utility. So OPN isn't just a speculative asset. It has tangible applications driving demand and value. Global partnerships are strategic alliances with industry leaders, ensures credibility, growth, and adoption. And massive market potential. We're operating at the intersection of trillion-dollar industries. The Web3 Entrepreneur Program for UAE Golden Visas. So gain access to our exclusive program designed to empower Web3 innovators with UAE residency opportunities, enabling entrepreneurs to thrive within the UAE's forward-thinking regulatory landscape and business ecosystem. And real-world use cases. Through strategic collaborations, OPN facilitates luxury real estate tokenization, providing fractional ownership in premium properties. Additionally, our partnership with the St. Kitts and Nevis Citizenship by Investment program offers investors a unique opportunity to secure a second passport while benefiting from blockchain-driven efficiency and transparency. Investing in OPN isn't just a financial decision. It's a stake in the future of decentralization. The OPN presale is live. This is your opportunity to get in early, secure the best pricing, and be a part of something transformative. Exclusive early investors' benefits, governance privileges within the IOPN ecosystem, and direct impact on shaping the future of decentralized technology. Don't just watch the future unfold. Be a part of building it. I want to thank you for your time, your attention, and your belief in the power of innovation. The future is decentralized. The future is AI-driven. The future is IOPN. Let's unleash the power of OPN together. Thank you.
Now we have a presentation on a very interesting, thank you, on a very interesting topic, preserving art and innovating the future. Gregorio Morani, maybe you'll correct my pronunciation, I apologize, Gregorio. My Italian friend, who I talked to outside, fantastic. Big round of applause. Good to have you. Founder and CEO of GMA, Global Market of Artification. That sounds very interesting. Anyways, look forward to hearing what you have to say. Your translator. No problem. Hi, translator. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Francesca will be a translator for Mr. Gregorio Majorano. Thank you.
Buongiorno a tutti, presento la mia azienda, GMA, Global Market of Artification, che ha come core business la creazione di NFT in delle opere d'arte del Rinascimento italiano, quindi una selezione unica di opere importanti del Rinascimento italiano attraverso le quali mettiamo sul mercato i loro NFT.
So he just said to you, thank you very much for coming here. He wants to give an introduction about the company. GMA is the CEO. Thank you very much. The CEO and the main core of the company is the one to sell the NFT or give the opportunity to everyone to have a look and also to have the possibility to see the masterpiece, especially for the Renaissance period. And so they have a lot of quantity inside this company of GMA about this masterpiece of the Renaissance.
Il progetto di GMA è, attraverso la creazione degli NFT è quello di mettere sul mercato l'arte e quindi l'NFT come strumento di certificazione dell'opera fisica.
Okay, as you can see, the main core, as we said, of the company is the one to give the opportunity to have the possibility to buy this masterpiece through the NFTs. That is a digital certificate of authenticity of the real piece, the real masterpiece. And as you can see, they compare with the physical artwork. So this one is the main core of this company. Yeah.
In questo momento GMA si pone sul mercato per mettere queste opere e preservare quindi praticamente attraverso la blockchain l'autenticità e l'unicità delle opere d'arte. Attualmente praticamente la GMA attraverso gli NFT e attraverso la proprietà digitale degli NFT si pone come obiettivo di mettere sul mercato un coin che rappresenta l'intera collezione del Rinascimento italiano.
So inside a company, the main goal is the one to provide this NFT that give to you the possibility to have the guarantee of authenticity of the product. And inside the company, they also wants to make a match between the art masterpiece and also the blockchain. So the main core is also to drive this innovation using the Renaissance coin.
L'NFT quindi come strumento di certificazione unica delle opere d'arte alla quale oggi GMA è riuscita a portare sul mercato e quindi nel proprio marketplace 100 capolavori del Rinascimento italiano che hanno un valore di circa 200 milioni di dollari e GMA oggi detiene di tutte queste 100 opere la proprietà digitale. Questa proprietà digitale servirà quindi per poter creare un coin e creare anche un fondo di investimento e dare accessibilità a tutti quanti all'arte più esclusiva del Rinascimento italiano.
Okay, so I know that all of you can have a look, you can also read, but the main things that he would like to underline is the fact that he wants to give the opportunity to everyone to have the possibility to have a look to this masterpiece, because not all the people can do it. And of course, this company is owned by the digital part of all the masterpiece that they have inside their selection, that today is cover almost $200 million.
Quindi GMA ha deciso di usare quindi la blockchain e la blockchain attraverso la blockchain Ethereum per avere praticamente un portafoglio sicuro di certificazione unica dell'opera e quindi avere successivamente il controllo di tutta quella che è la documentazione che accompagna l'opera d'arte stessa, perché l'obiettivo quando si vende l'NFT è di vendere anche l'opera d'arte fisica legata all'NFT.
And of course, as you can see, he wants to use the blockchain technology because he wants to give the guarantee to the people that buy the digitalized part of the masterpiece, has the guarantee, first of all, to be the owner of the NFT, to give the possibility also to go inside and check all the historical papers, so giving transparency through the blockchain. And also to give also to the owners, as I told you now, the artwork documentation, so that can be safe also for the transaction.
Quindi il coin, il Renaissance Coin, come strumento di raccolta fondi e vendita degli NFT legati al Rinascimento italiano.
So he wants to use the Renaissance coin to use to buy the NFT. So you will be more transparency. You can have also the possibility, as I told you, to give to see directly the historical documentation, and so it's a safer way for invest your money.
Quindi GMA propone sul mercato quindi l'autenticità della documentazione di provenienza di ciascuna opera, la ricerca di opere d'arte del Rinascimento italiano prestigiose, uniche, come possono essere Michelangelo, Raffaello o altre opere di cui abbiamo già la proprietà digitale, non solo italiano perché abbiamo anche diritti digitali di Rubens e Rembrandt, quindi opere prestigiose, creare nello stesso tempo attraverso la proprietà digitale delle esperienze immersive, quindi creare delle gallerie immersive e portarle in giro e quindi dare accessibilità a tutti per visionare opere d'arte che mai sarebbero state viste dal pubblico in generale. Tutto questo quindi garantire una maggiore accessibilità e soprattutto legare questo per la scommessa sulla cryptocurrency.
Okay, so as we said also in advance, the main core of the company of Mr. Gregorio is to want to give to everyone the accessibility for this masterpiece, especially related to this kind of period of the artwork and masterpiece Renaissance. So as we said in advance, this is the way where everyone can have the possibility to have a look, also to check with this kind of masterpiece through the gallery through also the virtual gallery that they have. So we would like that you have also a look what they have inside the inside their a lot of masterpieces like Raffaello, and also not only from Italian, and they have also a private collection. So they have more than, as we said in advance, 200 million value of this masterpiece.
Il business model di GMA e quindi combina l'opera d'arte fisica unitamente all'NFT, quindi l'utente finale, quindi GMA offre quella che è la proprietà dell'opera fisica legata all'NFT, che può essere venduto sia singolarmente che disgiuntamente dall'NFT, quindi conservare attraverso l'NFT tutta la documentazione che ne attesta l'autenticità dell'opera. Collaborazione, attualmente GMA ha già collaborazione con società importanti e partner importanti sull'intelligenza artificiale e sulla cyber security, e quindi poi offrire anche sul mercato attraverso l'intelligenza artificiale, attraverso anche attraverso nuove tecnologie, quella che è l'esperienza immersiva di un museo virtuale. E quindi, per finire, chiaramente la scommessa di mettere sul mercato una criptomoneta che sia legata esclusivamente al mondo dell'arte.
So as you can see here for this last slide, this is a sort of summary what GMA wants to achieve. And of course, we talked about before about the physical artwork that you can buy also with NFT. And this NFT give to you the possibility to be owner of the digital part of the masterpieces, and he has a lot of collaboration with other, as I told you before, private museum, private collectors. And you can have a look inside the physical gallery that I have in Rome, or in alternative through this virtual museum. The main core is also to create this Renaissance coin, because as we said, this one could be a good way for make this sort of transaction using the cryptocurrency, so to have more, of course, transparency in the transaction.
Quindi, giusto per concludere, chiaramente GMA non si ferma solo al Rinascimento italiano, ha scommesso anche su artisti contemporanei, avendo una collaborazione esclusiva ed una galleria anche presente su Roma di opere d'arte di Pedro Sandoval. Abbiamo già effettuato delle mostre sia a Roma che a Firenze, e quindi scommettiamo per questo anche su artisti contemporanei. Abbiamo già presentato il progetto del Renaissance Coin a Davos, e abbiamo partecipato a diversi già eventi qui su Dubai per la presentazione del progetto.
Yeah, so this one is, as we said, a sort of final idea of what GMA wants to reach, of course, what they have already done. As we said in advance, they have a physical gallery in Rome. They also hosted exhibition in Italy, also in Florence. And they don't want to sell only Renaissance period, but they make also sort of challenging, using also the other type, a kind of artists, like contemporary one. And of course, this one presentation that you saw now, especially about the Renaissance coin that should be changed all the way for the transaction, they already present in the Davos meeting 2024. And they also was present here on December to the Black Chain here in Dubai.
Grazie a tutti e a presto.
Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, next up we have another fantastic topic, the Gateway to DePIN and AI Resources by James Duntham. Duntham, am I pronouncing that correctly? James? Yes? I know I got James right. Co-founder and CEO of Neuron. Sounds very interesting. Welcome. Here's a big round of applause. High caffeine, right? Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Do we have the slides up? Perfect. Hi, I'm James Dunthorne. I'm CEO and co-founder for Neuron, and we're building a demand-side infrastructure and building a gateway to DeepIn and AI resources. So what we're seeing at the moment is we're seeing a lot of buzz around AI, but these networks are being heavily underutilized at the moment. And that's really being seen in the lack of cross-customer traction. We're seeing millions of devices around the world, whether that's vehicles, mobile phones, sensors, and even AI agents being connected into networks. But they're not really seeing the level of traction that we need. And why is that? Well, a lot of these networks are really only providing a single point of access to their networks. And that's through cloud-based applications or centralized apps. And these apps really provide limited customization and slow performance for customers. We're also seeing these networks having to reside on a single chain, which really restricts the level of exposure that they have to the wider ecosystem. So we've come up with a solution, which is to provide a gateway into these networks, enabling any developer to connect any agent or app to any resource on any network. Now, what does that do for this solution? Well, it means that developers can build fully customizable, high-performing applications into this network, and essentially creating an ecosystem for apps and agents. This provides multiple points of access for customers to access these resources, solving the problem of underutilization. And the other side effect you get from doing that is that these applications can actually reside cross-chain. So you actually have full exposure to the whole Web3 ecosystem rather than just your small community. Now, DeepIn and AI is growing massively at the moment. We're seeing agents being built, all these agent marketplaces, and as I say, millions of resources now being connected to blockchains all around the world. And we're seeing about a 10x increase in the number of DeepIn and AI startups at the moment who have this very problem. Now, we're in a bull run at the moment, so we don't really see the full effects of this. But when we enter the bear market, we're going to really see the effects of underutilization of these networks. Now, DeepIn itself is a $3.5 trillion market, according to Messari, by 2028. And we believe that the verticals of DeepIn and AI agents, mixed in with the gig economy, we can achieve a $2.8 billion market. Now, what is Neuron? What does the product look like? Well, the gateway basically enables machine-to-machine services. So you've got two machines who reside on the edge, and they want to transact with each other. Now, they do so via our SDK, our software development kit. And we have a validator network infrastructure to really secure those peer-to-peer transactions. Now, resources on the left could be things like sensors, so vehicles, actual devices themselves, even mobile phones. AI agents can be resources, computational resource, GPUs, CPUs, and even human networks. So you're seeing delivery driver networks and things like these, all being connected to the blockchains. And on the right-hand side, we have the customers. So that could be SaaS applications, it could be agent applications or AI apps, even embedded apps and on-premise apps. And really, what our gateway does is connects these two parties together with a secure validator network infrastructure and an explorer that allows you to discover any resource on any network. I'll give you a quick demo of our product. So this is our explorer. So we launched with a flight tracking network. We deployed flight tracking sensors that were able to see where aircraft are and connecting them into drone systems. And you can see the explorer there. We've got a device registration as well. We then connected this into something we call 4D Sky. And 4D Sky is a 3D flight tracking application being used by drone operators in airports around the world. And we're actually now installing this software into 3 airports in the UK as we speak. And what we're seeing now is a multitude of applications now developing on top of this network. And we ran some trials with customers. So we ran a huge event at Cranfield University, one of the top aviation universities in the world. We had about 120 people from CAA, from government, from big companies like Google Wing, the National Air Traffic Service, and various different users. And what we saw during those demos was that a number of very, very unique benefits came from that. So when you compare our edge network with a traditional cloud-based application, we were seeing 90% lower costs, infrastructure costs. We we were seeing 50 times less latency, which is quite important when you've got planes traveling towards each other. We're seeing very, very high availability, no single point of failure in this network. We're also seeing highly customizable interfaces for software developers. So these big enterprise applications, they want as much control as possible over these systems, and Neuron enables them to do that. Now, since we had those successes, we've now had a number of DeepIn and AI projects come to us and say, hey, we'd love to integrate with your network. We're looking for customers. It's a no-brainer for a lot of these networks. They're looking for demand from the networks. And so we're now transferring these benefits to other DeepIn and AI projects within the ecosystem. Now, where does our token come in? Well, really what it's being do is to reward validator nodes for resolving disputes. If we're doing things in a Web3 way, machine to machine, well, what happens if something goes wrong? This is where the validator network steps in, and it essentially acts as a trusted intermediary in an escrow transaction, resolving disputes when they arise. And so if you want to get involved in this validator network, you stake Neuron tokens, you run a validator node, and then every time you're voting on these disputes, you're actually earning rewards for doing so. Now, the actual token itself is used for transaction fees. So we take a transaction fee from each party to basically protect their interests. And then users can actually stake that token to earn discounts on the fees, voting rights within the network, and to earn yield from those transactions. We're targeting DeepIn and AI developers and the networks to connect their resources into Neuron. And so we're really focusing initially on projects that have synergy with our existing use cases. So we're not just picking random use cases here and there. We're actually building strategically, piece by piece, connecting this network so each use case is building on the previous one. And so our first use case was aviation flight tracking. We've now got an AI agent project now building agents that are specific to aviation. And so you can start seeing how these chain of events, when we start integrating weather for aviation as well, and then the AI agents on how we can incorporate that together, and some of the resources to power those AI agents. Now, our strategy really is around, first of all, we need to integrate the L1s. So we're adding 2 L1s this year. We're looking at Solana and Base currently by end of year. We're then integrating use cases, and we provide developer relations support to be able to do that. So talking at conferences, letting people know what we're doing, providing the documentation to developers, and then providing one-to-one engineering support to help them actually integrate onto the network. And we're looking at 3 extra use cases by the end of this year, with 15 by the end of next year. And then finally, we need to actually attract applications and usage. We want the demand to come. And so we issue grants to developers to build applications and to community members to actually aid traction. And we're looking at having, by the end of this year, 10,000 resources connected into the network with around 50 applications. So we can see the growth of customers coming. Now, we've already had our beta program for the aviation use case. That's sold out within 2 hours. We integrated 14 customer applications. So we're working with companies like Raytheon, Thales, huge aviation giants in the ecosystem, integrating with 3 UK airports as we speak. Funding-wise, we've already had 2 million of UK government grants. So the UK government is backing us. We've had 160K in sales from that first use case. And we've now got 8 POCs lined up with other DeepIn and AI projects. So Repo, as an example, who are now building an aviation agent. We've got other DeepIn networks like GeoDNet and WeatherXM, who we're going to be integrating with shortly, and other AI agent marketplaces. Now, we are the first gateway bridging that intersection between DeepIn and AI. So we're ahead of the game. We're the first people to do this. And we see DeepIn as both a valuable set of computational resources and also a valuable set of data for AI agents. And so we're really uniquely positioned to exploit the intersection between DeepIn and AI. So far, we've already won the grants, 2 million of grants. We launched our MVP, and the beta program sold out very quickly with 160K in revenue so far. We're currently raising our seed round. We're integrating 3 airports this quarter. Next quarter, we're going to be setting up our foundation and adding additional layer 1 support. And then towards the end of the year, we're going to be launching our public nodes and Neuron token to power those nodes, adding 3 additional use cases. and we're on track to achieve $1 million worth of revenue by the end of the year. Now, that doesn't come without having a good team. We've got a very strong team. Myself, I'm a CEO and co-founder. My background was in drones, funnily enough, and disruptive technology. We've also got Neil Greenwood, an MBA, used to be in R&D for the military, and was ex-managing director for NATS, the National Air Traffic Service, who are the second largest ANSP behind the FAA. And we've got Nick here as well, who is our head of engineering with a PhD in computer science, and he was one of the core developers for Hedera Hashgraph. And we've got a wider team here. We're all in T-shirts here today, so if you need to find us, you can do. We're raising a $3.5 million seed round at a cap of 30 million valuation via a safe note with token warrants. We're already talking to investors. We'd love to talk to more of you today. There will be a token element to the round as well, and we're very much looking forward to speaking to some investors over the next couple of days. If you want to connect, there's my Telegram on screen, but you'll see us in the T-shirts as well, so come grab one of us and we'll happily have a chat with you. Thank you very much.
Good job. Like the aviation. That was interesting. Okay. Oh, let's unlock the screen.
Fantastic. And now we have the final presentation before the coffee break. So the topic is Beyond the Hype. Playful Games delivers trust, AI, and innovation for 1 million players. So Jonathan Buzaket, Chief Strategy Officer and founder of Playful Games. Big round of applause, please. Big round of applause, please. Amazing. And my good sir, how do you say your last name?
Bozen K.
Bozen K. It's a pleasure to have you. Please.
Thank you. Hi everyone, thanks for coming. So yeah, beyond the hype, hard thing to get past in crypto, isn't it? Because it's almost all hype, almost all froth and bubble and promises and unrealized expectations. But in amongst that, there are some real gems. And I was just watching that last presentation thing, that might be one of them. That looked really good. So, me. CSO, so strategy officer, which means I just think. That's all I do. And then I get other people to do the work, which is great. We've been going since 2021. My background's marketing, management, and leadership. And basically, I come up through the entrepreneurial, starting very small businesses and growing them. So that's the background. We've run teams from 2 people through to 22. And our current staff at Playable is 49, I think, at the moment. So Playable Games now has, 49 staff, and we're building into the Web3 infrastructure. So I am a sweary, often crass, call a spade Aussie, but I do believe in the truth, and I do believe in doing what you say. And again, in crypto, this is a very hard thing to find. And we've built our whole company on this platform. We believe that you should do your best to give an equitable outcome to both sides. We want to make money, obviously. We've got into crypto to make money. But we also want to deliver something that helps other people make money. And we're in gaming, so we want to deliver great games. So in a place filled with scams and thieves and failed promises, our company's building out transparency and trying to be totally open about what we're doing and how we're getting there. So I believe that crypto has answers for a lot of society's trust issues, and the very basis of what Bitcoin was based on was to get rid of trust and become trustless, so you can actually move forward without having to worry about can you trust what's going on. And in gaming, that's actually quite important, because you can get banned from games and lose all your, I'll use the word work, but it is definitely an exchange of time for the fun you're having. So when you work in a trust-based environment, the group is therefore empowered to move forward and often delivers well beyond the expectations. So we're chasing 1 million players in Playable. This is our base goal. So we're building an internal player base that's going to play our 30 games. So we've got a goal for the next 10 years. We actually started in 2022, but by 2032 to have 30 games either built by us, we've already got 2 done and 3 coming out this year, but we're also going to be purchasing other games along the way, and our ecosystem will be opened up for developers to develop on the Playable Game Network. So the reason for this is very simple: massive utility. Coins have to have utility. If they don't have utility, then they just become a meme coin, which will ebb and flow with the desires of what the community around it is. So you've only got 2 ways to make a coin valuable. One is to grow a massive community, so a meme coin can do that. Doge is a great example of people have gathered around a meme coin, but that's the only thing it has, is the community. And so can you leverage that community? Depends. The other way is to actually develop utility for the coin. And in Playable, we're building 30 games, or building 30 games, and the 1 million players will all use that coin to interact with the games. So having 30 games all using the one coin obviously ends up with massive utility. So I've actually covered that. And so what we want to do with this is, over time, as the games come out and the community grows, the pressure on a coin obviously grows. So positive pressure, where more people want to use the coin, utility goes up, and that causes buying pressure. So the gaming industry's massive growth. The music and movie industry combined, I think this is 2022 stats, 338 billion, and gaming was 406 billion. So don't underestimate the power of games. As much as they're frivolous and silly and a waste of time, and any wives here will tell you they hate their husbands playing and their kids wasting so much time. And we've all heard the problems of young men of today sitting in the basement, vaping and playing video games, and how terrible it all is. But there are some really positive sides to gaming, which is very good friendships and working through problem solving. So there's a lot of research coming out that people that game, the young men that are gaming, are actually doing better in other parts of their lives. So we believe that gaming is going to be one of the big conduits to bring people into Web3. So since most young men do game, and since most Web3 participants are young men, it's most likely that one of their actions of getting into Web3 is going to be through gaming. So people game because they enjoy the games, and people use Web3 because it's very quick and easy, and it's trustworthy. It can be trustless, so you can actually know it's going to work. So some common pitfalls in Web3 gaming. The worst one's rug pulls, where people just raise a whole bunch of money and then run. So that happens. Undoxed teams, lacking accountability. One of my personal investing principles is, if the team is undoxed, in other words, you don't know who they are, if they're just an avatar with some name called, Cowdy Howdy, let's not invest in that one, because who's Cowdy Howdy and how do we find him if he runs away with all the money? So if the team's undoxed, stay away. Lack of credible teams and game development experience. It's good to work out whether the team has done something in gaming and has professionals involved. Complicated or unusable tokenomics. Make sure the tokenomics work. That can be harder than it sounds, obviously, but if there's massive promises being made of massive returns, that's probably not going to be viable. My personal pet hate, trailers without an actual game. So people putting out a trailer of a game, so they've spent $400,000 of their community's money building a trailer, so a movie of the game, but the game hasn't been built yet. So everyone thinks this game looks like the trailer. That is most likely not the truth. Look for gameplay. What does the game actually look like? That's what you want to be involved in, the game that actually looks good. And then obviously overhyped marketing without any substantive or tangible product. So we want to stay away from that. So the solutions to get around this, you want to look for things that offer immersive experiences. So is the game immersive? Does it make people want to play it? Do they enjoy it? When you talk to people that have played it, actually if you want to test a game, get your child to play it. All right, so, you know, it depends on the game, but in our games, anyone sort of like 14 or 13, 12 above should be able to play our games and give you a very good indication of whether they think it's a fun game or not. Highest possible quality. So at Playable, we go after A and AA games. A AAA game basically is beyond what we want to do. It costs between 100 million and 400 million to make a AAA game. We're not interested in doing that because the risk is just so high that if you get it wrong, you can't use parts of it, you've got to throw it away. So we sort of stick in that 1 million to 50 million category to build games, and we think that's the best way to make sure we get a result. And the reason we go for 30 games instead of just one is that no one knows at the beginning of the game whether it's going to actually be successful or not. So we've got to make sure we have a few hits at the ball. So gamer feedback loops, we deal directly with our community. We have what's called advisory councils built around each game, and the gamers tell us what they want. That's really important to get the feedback loops going, so we're developing what they want to play. Ownership and autonomy, we want the players to own their assets. When you're exchanging thousands of hours a year playing a game, the assets you earn, and those of you the gamers will know what that means, you want to be able to own them and have the possibility of either selling them if they become valuable, or at least being able to sell them at the end when you leave the game and move on to something else. We want to have great community engagement, and you want to obviously have great recognition and rewards. So on top of this, we've got a new development happening in our company, and we've brought AI into it, as obviously everyone is doing. And AI is going to change game development dramatically over the next 5 years. Most tasks in game development are repetitive. So when you're building a game, if you're putting grass into a scene, already Unreal Engine and Unity are both using procedural elements where you can put the grass in across the whole scene. But we're basically looking at ways to ramp this up and speed it up many times over. So AI can remember perfectly and learn from multiple resources. And AI will free up humans to spend time creating, not just doing. So at Playable, we've started our game development research department. So the AI game development research department. We've hired 2 AI professionals, and we've got 2 professional game developers that work with them, and their whole job is to develop product that we can use ourselves and then on-sell to other game developers to speed up game development. So in summary, Playable Games, we believe that trust is a worthwhile pursuit, and it's good for our games, and it's obviously good for our supporters. Building out 1 million gamers to play our games is going to provide massive utility for the bull coin. Even though crypto is the Wild West, all right, and if you think of all the bad things of the Wild West, when America, that's well documented, there was also good things that came out of that. There are magnificent opportunities to be found there. And AI is going to change the world outrageously over the next 4 to 5 years. Make sure you're backing someone that has a plan to harness that potential. Thanks so much.
Good job. Well done. Very good.
And before we go on, we'd like to introduce our special guest. So please do
the honors.
Thank you. I would like to welcome Sheikh Humaid bin Khalid Al-Qasimi for his esteemed presence. He, along our CEO, will be touring the one-on-one meeting room shortly after the coffee break. So please remember, guys, the essence of this event is the one-on-one meeting. So let's try all to have our meetings on time. And now we're going to head to the coffee break. So enjoy your coffee, and we'll be seeing you in the meeting room shortly.
You anticipated what I was going to ask you, which is, in addition to welcoming our guest, to describe the format of the one-on-ones, and then after that, we have a lunch period, I believe, and then we restart at 2 o'clock?
Yes.
Is that accurate?
True. At
Okay.
1, we have the lunch, and we restart at 2.
Fantastic. Okay, everyone, please enjoy your meetings, the coffee and the lunch, and meet some new people. Big round of applause to you, everyone in the audience.
check, check, check. 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 Check, 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 check. Lovely wedding. Check, 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 check. check, 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 1 2, check, check, check. Check, 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 check. Check, check. Check, check. Check. Check, 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 check.
check, check. चेक चेक हेलो 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 अब ठीक है ये देख सही है ये मैं बहुत कम बात कर रहा हूँ अब सही है देख हेलो 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 चेक 1 2 1 2 1 2 सही है check 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 this check 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 थोड़ा सा जो वो है ना गेन गेन थोड़ी सी खोल उसको बिल्कुल बंद की हुई है चेक 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 हाँ बस अब फेडर से के हेलो हेलो चेक 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 टेस्ट 1 2 1 2
Is it working? Oh my gosh. Hi everyone, how are you doing? How's our energy level? Good. Woo! Are we post lunch in coma or are we post lunch in wow? All right, that's what I like. In another life, I'd have everyone stand up and do stretches, but somehow I don't feel that would be totally successful. Maybe I'm just having a self-defeating attitude. Just everyone go like this a little. We want to have to stand up. Good, he's doing it. She's looking at me funny. That's okay. And you're recording this. Is this going on YouTube? Is this going on the TikTok? I've heard about the TikTok. It's not quite my generation. I think it's on the internets, right? Cool, cool. Is it true that Al Gore invented the internet? Really? Okay. He invented global warming, that's for sure. No, just kidding. Okay, so amazing. Welcome back, everyone. All right, for the second half of the first day of the famous 14th Global Blockchain Congress put on by Agora. Woo! Here's to all of you for showing up. Amazing. Okay, what is our topic? Oh my gosh, this is a lot. This is a wall of text. We have a panel discussion. The topic is building a sustainable and growing Web3 industry. And I'll read the highlight. The rise of Web3 continues to reshape the digital landscape, bringing both unprecedented opportunities and complex challenges to the crypto world. And I will have the panelists explain the rest of it. Starting off with our moderator, general partner of Borderless Capital, Patrick O'Kane. Patrick, come on. Big round of applause. How are you? Great. You will, if you don't mind, introduce your other panelists? Yes, absolutely. Okay, the floor is yours.
Okay, we have three Julies. So we have Juliet Su, who's a partner at New Tribe Capital. We have Alessia Baumgartner, who's a VP of Ecosystems at DWF. And last but not least, we have Rifad. I cannot pronounce your last name, so apologies. But the CEO of OKX in MENA. Great. Well, thank you for having us. Very excited to be here. We're going to be talking about building a sustainable and growing Web3 industry. So my name is Patrick O'Kane. I'm a general partner at Borderless Capital. Borderless, we're a US-based blockchain-focused investment firm. We run early-stage and late-stage VC funds and also liquid strategies. And today we're going to be covering quite a bit in the time that we have, but I want to talk about general sustainability across the ecosystem, all the factors that go into it. We'll touch on regulatory matters, region-specific matters, and we'll see where the conversation goes. But excited to chat, and why don't we kick it off if you guys just want to go down the line and provide a little more background about your what you're doing at your respective companies.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm super excited to be here. My name is Alessia. I'm VP Ecosystems at DWF Labs, which means I overlook all of our portfolio companies, including our market-making clients and investments that we've done over the last 3 years. DWF, as mentioned, we're a market maker and also a digital asset investment firm. We have integrated over 60 exchanges, and right now we have over 800 portfolio companies. So even though I've never launched a company myself, I've seen some do's and don'ts over the last 3 years with our portfolio. So I'm happy to share some insights and have a fruitful conversation with you guys. Thanks.
Great, thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Juliet. I'm a fund partner and ecosystem lead in New Tribe Capital. So we are one of the earliest and probably the most active VCs who started here in Web3 space in Dubai 4 years back. So we've been operating for over 4 years, and we've got a portfolio of 200 plus projects within this period of time. And we always keep in the kind of, very I call it more of the boutique approach to get stick to the team and to support the projects long term. That's why we're still active, and we love the region and we love the progress that's happening here.
Thank you. And I'm Rifad Mahasna, CEO of OKX in the Middle East and North Africa region. OKX, if you're familiar, we focus on obviously the centralized exchange part, but we've got a lot of focus on other sides of the
the industry, including institutional business, Web3 and wallets, DEX, part of our of our product suite. And we've just launched our regulated entity in the UAE in October, and we're very proud of that move, and we're continuously building now on growing that business in the UAE.
Great. So what I want to start out with to set the stage for everyone is go down the line and discuss where we're at, your views on where we're at in the current state of the Web3 ecosystem, where we're at in the cycle. Are we in the growth phase, consolidation, and just to set the stage real quick, high level, where do you think we're at?
Desperate phase. No, just kidding. I mean, we cannot not talk about what happened over the last week. You know, the liquidations that happened is apparently more than it has been shared. I saw Ben, the CEO of Bybit, saying that in Bybit itself, they had over 2 billion worth of liquidation. So imagine in the whole industry how much it was. Of course, it's a really sensitive time. It can be not that fun, especially for founders that have tokens launched. But, you know, these moments has happened many times already in the industry in the past. A lot of people were comparing to the FTX times. But it's not as bad as that time, for sure not. But right now, the issue is that there are many tokens being launched and not enough liquidity in the market. So whenever a new token launches, it becomes a hype. And then the next day or the following week, when another token launches, the liquidity gets drained and goes to this new token. And then we continue with this wave and not that good looking patterns in the chart, right? Especially when Trump got launched, we saw the whole liquidity getting drained from all the ecosystems and going straight to the Trump token, and then Melania happened, and we don't talk about it now. But yeah, it's an interesting time for sure. My suggestion is to not look so much into the chart and continue building. Majority of our portfolio companies are just focusing on building. They are taking this time to build and accumulate positions as well. So that's my view as of now.
Wonderful. Juliet?
So see, the topic we discussed today is sustainability, right? Like, and that was a really right question, right? Like usually people look at the market from the cycles perspective and from like narratives perspective, and cycles and narratives, and it's not something that is sustainable, right? Like in order to have your position in the market, you need to look, as was just mentioned, in something which is sustainable. And then you already have like a product and you have technology and you have the overall like a long-term vision. You don't really care if the market goes up, if the market goes down, because for some projects, if you launch on the bear market, you have not that much competition and you got better positions at the exchanges, better offers from the exchanges, and overall you just like you cover the whole market. That's what we're looking at. And as like also mentioned, the situation that we had a few days back, one of my friends, he said like, you know, I don't really know if it's the last chance to buy or if it's the last chance to sell. So I'd rather stay aside. So that's the thing that I believe everyone is like keeping in mind these days. Talking about my personal opinion, as we see, it's overall in terms of macroeconomy, in terms of narratives, in terms of the retail money inflow and institutional money inflow in the market, we should be consolidating the market right now. It's still consolidation stage. So, and the highest thing we're gonna see like probably within the next 3 months, and that's gonna be the overall market high. But I can't predict the market because as we see now, it's becoming more of the political game. And that's why there are like multiple like a black swan events and multiple political things that might happen that might affect the market. So you can have the overall positive vision, but you should consider that there might be some black swan event happening which will affect the market overall. So that's why like, yeah, lots of people, they prefer to observe from the side.
Got it. Rifat?
Yeah, I'd cover, I think that a lot of it has been covered, so I'll add my views on it. I think we're still early. I think there is, looking at it, and certainly from our perspective, the amount of capital that went in, this is a unique industry where a lot of the capital that went in first was retail capital, unlike other industries. I think there's a lot of institutional capital that remains on the sidelines, a huge percentage of that. And I think once that comes into market, then you start talking about consolidation and maturity. But in general, if we look at the state of, if I'll take, for example, Bitcoin. A few years ago, we're discussing Bitcoin and saying people were questioning Bitcoin. And the discourse was completely different. Today, the discourse about Bitcoin, if you're following the recent media, is about whether countries are going to adopt Bitcoin as a reserve currency, or which countries are going to use Bitcoin in their mainstream economy. So that took years. So I think in more on the Web3 side, we're still early. There's still going to be a lot of, there is momentum, but it's going to take time for it to become as mainstream as the rest of the industry. But we're definitely on the right track. But yeah, that's my take.
I want to get your perspective on that. So in the industry, we've been saying that institutions are coming in a very meaningful way for how many years? I tend to think that now is it's actually happening in a more meaningful way. What are you seeing from your seat at OKX in terms of institutional adoption? And is this a different environment than we've seen in the past? Because we've all talked about institutions coming in. Do you see that this time is a little bit different than before?
Absolutely. I think we've, like I mentioned earlier, since we've launched our business in the UAE, a regulated business, the type of conversations with institutional clients have changed. A lot of ones where we thought they will never touch digital assets or crypto in general started reaching out proactively, saying, okay, how does this regulation, how can I adopt your regulated entity? How can I invest with that? And I think that's a lot of, one of their key concerns was to have a regulatory certainty. And once you've got more and more regulated exchanges, that opens the door for institutions. The other thing is transparency. Institutions are corporations. They have their own internal risk teams, internal audit teams. They want to know as much information about you. And the more you can provide them, the more comfortable they are to start investing on platforms. So definitely the momentum is there. And by all means, the impression that we have right now has changed drastically, if I say over like the last 2 years. Today, more and more inquiries are coming in, like how do we invest? What do we invest in? What kind of assets do we invest in? A lot of these questions are on the institutions themselves, but at least that discourse is happening today.
Great. So Juliet, you initially mentioned we were talking about the cycles, and we can't really think about that and just continue to move forward. What specifically do you look for when you're investing in companies? Are there any key factors that you look for sustainable projects? And how do we avoid the sort of boom and bust narrative cycles to make sure that this ecosystem continues to grow at a very steady clip?
So the best case scenario is to invest in somebody and try to avoid them who is trying to avoid the market speculation. Because we just got a discussion with my friend, right? Like talking about, giving you an example, AI agents, which are super popular nowadays, and everyone is trying to build another AI agent. So people are not creative enough because they see the successful use cases. Like for example, we invested in virtuals. And not that many people know that virtuals, they were not virtuals. And there was a project that launched, I won't name it, but then they renamed, they made their rebranding, they got into the new narrative, which is AI agent, and now they are very successful, right? And what people are doing, they're looking, okay, this narrative is very successful, let me build some AI agent platform. Oh, there is a trading agent which is super successful, so let me build another trading agent. So because they believe that somebody already succeed, we will do the same way, we will do success as well. So, but overall, I believe you should think out of the box. Out of the box is just explore what kind of niches are uncovered and be bold and be like, kind of rebellious enough to cover that niche and to provide, kind of deliver sustainable technology to the customers, to the users that you are focused on. So for us, like, I might say that my favorite investments were made in the worst bear market. And that time, I remember we signed SAFE, which is equity investment, which is not that much understandable and for Web3 investors, and some kind of token warrant. And the token warrant means that probably we will get some tokens sometimes for some valuation. Nobody knows what valuation, and maybe within 10 years, I just promise maybe I will come up with some tokens. So, but the reason I signed those agreements and I made those investments is just because you get on call and you see the founder and you believe, okay, this is the rock star founder, and like he should make it. I don't care what kind of market narratives it's going to be and what kind of cycle it's going to be, because if he understands the technology, he will be able to adjust. The same actually as Virtuals did, right? Because that time we invested in the team. Unfortunately, they couldn't launch successfully, but they were smart enough to get adjusted to the market narratives. And actually, like, I can tell another example. We invested in projects in multiple verticals. And now I speak to the founders, like we invested 2 years back, and they are like, oh, we do AI agents. I'm like, sorry. We invested in social application, yes, but now we are focused on AI agents. Because they want to get more traction, but overall, it's a speculative element that unfortunately exists in the market. And in order to escape the speculating element and to play against the market in a positive manner, you need to choose something which you find sustainable in terms of team and in terms of tech and in terms of following the proper go-to-market strategy.
Great. So, Alessia, beyond capital, what can VCs and investment firms do, and what are you doing to help grow the industry, make it more sustainable? And what are some best practices that you've seen from your seat? And then also, for some of the founders in the audience, do you see anything that founders can do to help grow their ecosystem?
Yes, 100%. So, okay, I can hear. Okay, when VCs are not supposed to be just giving money, forget about the project, and then, oh, a week before TG, hey, how can I claim my tokens? What's the process like? And then, a VC, a venture capital in the traditional way, or, in the Web2 space, they are hands-on with the project. They're providing not just capital, but additional support. From our side, I would say, it depends a lot on the type of company, the stage they are. Sometimes, if they're pre-seed, they're just looking for connections to other VCs, which I'm more than happy to make. If they're a bit later stage, they might need connections to exchanges or, different service providers. One of the ways that we help is, for example, hiring. We all know how tough it is to hire in Web3. I say this from a personal experience as well. So we try to help our portfolio companies with that, especially because we have, we spread out pretty much all over the world, especially in Asia. We can assist a lot on that side of things. But yeah, besides capital, of course, like Julia was saying, the founder needs to have a vision. The founder needs to know what they're doing, need to solve a problem. And of course, if maybe your idea is too early for now, it's, it is not compatible with the market, adapt to the current situation and try to find better ways, as Julia was mentioning about Virtuals. But other than that, having, how can I say, a way to properly onboard users and retain them is what I think is key. Of course, depends on the type of project you have. You might, have more like a B2B type of focus, but retaining your users is so important. We've seen all last year with all these like tap to earn games that they got millions of users, and then once the token got launched, they got trained to other projects and other tap to earn. So that's not necessarily so sustainable because you will not keep and retain those clients. So try to find ways, try to understand your community, try to understand what they need and want. I think one of the best examples right now in the market would be the Jupiter team. They launched last year. It's been over a year since their token got launched, and they continue building and getting their community engaged in order to get feedback about their product. Their founder, he's really active on social media as well, trying to get feedback from anyone that is messaging him. And they just did also an event in Istanbul to gather just the whole community. So I think those are good ways to have a more sustainable business. Again, the market is tough. narratives change, but you need to adapt accordingly. And of course, your user base would be your supporters throughout the bear market and of course bull market, so they get rewarded somehow. But yeah, I think those are my key points to talk about.
Great. And sort of the same question, Rifat, but from the exchange perspective, what are some of the best practices that you guys have uncovered to continue to grow the ecosystem? And how does that vary by regions?
Yeah, I'll touch upon the factors. I think to continue what Alessia mentioned, there's two factors. One is community, and two is transparency. On community, I think a lot of the projects underestimate the community. Community, when you're at an early development stage in your project, becomes your best marketing channel. It doesn't mean that you have a community that you just have an X number of followers. You need to have the engagement with that community. You need to understand the feedback that comes in from that community and need to build on it. So once you're ready to be on an exchange, that community becomes in your best powering tool. And a lot of people underestimate that. I think the focus should be from founders early on how to build a successful community that you can harness and use for your project. The second piece is about transparency. And when I mean transparency is obviously share as much information as you can, but also transparency of the use case you're trying to solve. Some projects, definitely not all, would focus on the financial gain out of this. You should be focusing on the life use case of the project. What are you trying to fix? Or what are you trying to solve, and how does that become scale for your project going forward? I think these two things do get to sometimes be undermined, but they're, at least from my personal view, definitely key components for a path to success.
And a follow-up question to that, does OKX, do you help these projects, if there's a potential token listing, do you help guide them with the best practices to generate that sustainable community, and do you guide them on how they can be more transparent? Do you take an active role there?
I think a lot of it comes on the project itself. By the time they get to a point of OKX, a lot of these projects are developed. They know what they want to do. They've gone through some listing of some form. So as much as we can play a role, I think a lot of the role still remains on the projects themselves to develop and increase that community.
And how do you feel about companies choosing the right exchange to list on? Because there's some strategies around there. How do you feel about that? Is there a good strategy on where to launch your token to make sure that the token project grows in a sustainable way, or is it really whatever large exchange will list it? You go to the first one that approves the listing. How do you view that?
I think I can't comment on other exchanges, but what the founders should be looking at is how do I bring value to market? And if I'm confident I can bring value to market with a great community, with a great product, then that's what they should be talking to exchanges about. I think that's a key criteria of any evaluations, to look at the project, look at it from all sides, but definitely community and use case is going to play a big part of that.
If I may tap in, I think what happens a lot with Web3 founders is that they think the TGE is the final point. No, it's the beginning of your work. That's when things will become even more difficult, because pre-TGE, pre-token, you can continue postponing, and the thing is that the job really starts after TGE. Of course, you can go into great exchanges that have lots of liquidity, like OKX, but at the end of the day, it's up to the project to maintain the community, maintain product development, and of course, the exchanges will also look into your project and see, are you still active? Are you being transparent? Because they will do those regular checkups. So you need to continue building. It's not, okay, I got listed on the top 3 biggest exchanges, I don't need to do anything else. No, the exchanges will ask you, and your community and your investors as well. So the job only starts after the TGE. So it's good to keep that in mind.
Got it. Juliet, question for you. So at Borderless, we focus on thematic funds, early stage thematic funds, and what we view as very important themes in the ecosystem. So decentralized physical infrastructure, DePIN, interoperability, things like that. you mentioned virtuals, so there's the AI intersection with blockchain narrative, there's DeepIn. What do you see as the most sustainable sort of category right now? What are you excited about?
You know, then people ask me, what is our investment thesis right nowadays? I reply usually in a very simple manner, whatever makes sense. Because, see, as you mentioned, right, like you might have different vision and different investment strategy, but you should understand that your strategy makes sense at the current point, at the current market, right? Like, because DeepIn, for example, you invest in DeepIn because you should look at the endpoint. The endpoint why you're investing in DeepIn, because you want to get the real tangible, let's say, use cases and the real mass adoption. And of course, DeepIn is getting in the way, like interoperability same, because you want the users to operate smoothly within the chain, right? That's why you're focused on that. Same as AI. For example, we discussed AI, like why we have AI here. It's like, what is this? If it's beneficial for the industry, in my opinion, it is, because firstly, it brings the insane amount of the capital injection into Web3 sector, because investors in AI, they're bigger than investors in Web3. And if there is a sustainable project that brings Web3 and decentralization as an extension and as an extension in a proper AI infrastructure, of course there will be like a, and we see there is a bigger funding rounds in AI projects, in some infrastructure AI projects nowadays. That means that the capital is being injected in the industry we are in. That's number one. Number two, as we see, and not that many people think about it, it's a perfect way to educate people to operate within Web3 space. And AI agents serve exactly the same, like, right? Because I remember when we started long back ago, we had to learn everything by our own, by experience, all the exchanges. Now you can ask the agent, you can do some, Web3 search and understand what is the liquidity, what's there. So there are multiple helping tools for new investors and users to operate within the chain. It provides the overall very smooth user experience. So that is beneficial, of course. And of course, we are targeting consumer layer because we touched that point, institutional capital. Everyone have been discussing institutional capital for the last 3-4 years, if I remember, right? But it's not there. Why? Because there should be government security, regulations, because then institutions, they feel that's okay, because government recognizing they're secure, we can operate in a very legal framework. And then retail traction, because, I mean, assume I'm a bank. Why should I do something that doesn't bring me any a good value and good revenue, and it's not, proved, and it's got no traction, right? Once we have retail plugging in and we have attraction, then of course institutions will follow.
Same question to you, Rifat. How do you have any categories that you think are going to be the winners moving forward, or are you largely agnostic to what's being built?
I'd say definitely as an exchange, we should remain agnostic, but the categories that succeed are the ones that, go back to my earlier point, that prove a use case. If you are, let's take tokenization. If you're tokenizing something, why are you tokenizing it? Does it cut out a middleman that's involved in the process? Can you do that better on chain? And if you do that, then obviously there'll be a lot of attraction to your project because you've solved something in your market. But if you're just saying, I'm going to tokenize an asset without a clear view of why you're tokenizing an asset, it's going to be tough to acquire more traction. So I think as much as you can be transparent about what you're doing, as much as you're continuous about it, like Alicia mentioned, it doesn't mean you reach one step that you stop. You need to continue communicating, and I think those are the ones, if they develop that criteria, will continue to succeed.
Got it. Alessia, do you have thoughts on categories moving forward?
It's tough to predict, for sure, but one of the areas that we really are liking so far is real-world assets, for sure. Especially when we're talking about institutions, right? These would be one of the ways that they could tackle the market. And, it would be a good way to look into further. But as everyone else said here on stage, we're also chain agnostic, vertical agnostic. At the end of the day, we are more of a, I guess, founder-driven company. So yeah.
So you're chain agnostic. What are your views, and this would be an interesting question for everyone, but what are your views on the layer 1 ecosystem, layer 2 ecosystem? There's so many coming out, there's so many that exist. What's the future? Do we have a multi-chain future? Do we have a few that win? Or are we able to just continue churning out new infrastructure and with interoperability, that fragmentation goes away and we can operate like that? Got it.
Doing a great job.
We could make it short, actually. So, for example, we have Ethereum, right? Like, I remember there was at AdCon in Montenegro. It was like the first major Ethereum conference, and Vitalik made it in a very like a proper manner. He said like Ethereum basically itself as a layer 1 is for government, is for enterprises. So it's like the major building tool, and they were the first to make this. So there is like a, I just told like you can build the house, you can build it with bricks, panels, whatever. But like Ethereum is the more secure, and of course like it is good. That's why we see like US government is buying so much of Ethereum nowadays. But there are lots of other verticals that are uncovered. And then you build a chain, you need to understand what is the use case and who are the users, what are the practical use cases. So that's why I believe like Solana, they are focused on retail, and they do it in a very proper manner because they want to cover all these retail market. So Sui doing good because they're also the verticals and the technology and the practical use cases they're focused on. So, and I believe overall, it's all about having the proper go-to-market strategy. We should have multi-chain future because one chain can't cover the whole market. If we are like making the same parallel to Web 2, and you can see that there are like so many things we have, like application layer, like a search, whatever. It's like, but once you build a new chain or you're developing the new chain, you need to have the proper ecosystem growth strategy and go-to-market strategy. And if you do that successfully, you're good. And of course, the future is multi-chain.
Well, I think we're out of time. Yeah. Yeah, give it up for the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
And thanks for everyone to come to listen us right after lunch. It's amazing audience, so many people. Thank you.
All right, fantastic panel. Also, do me a favor, when we have a panel, I love that everyone is being friends with everyone else, but kind of keep your voices down because the voices carry to the front a little bit. So, be social during the coffee break, which will be coming up. All right, next up, we have another panel discussion on the power of DePIN, revolutionizing infrastructure networks. The DePIN sector is expected to gain wider investor attention in 2025, which is now, unbelievably, due to its compatibility with the artificial intelligence industry. What are DePIN, and why should the industry take notice? So Mana Tiesler, investment manager, Tokentis Investment Management, Mona. Sorry if I massacred your name, but it's a pleasure to have you. Big round of applause, please.
It was just my voice that wasn't carrying. Okay, let me introduce my fellow panelists. Let us start with Amit. Amit is a general partner at Borderless Capital. He's still chatting, so we'll welcome Amit. Next, we have James, who's the co-founder and CEO of Neuron. James, are you here? James. Neuron? Anybody from the Neuron team? Okay, I think someone's grabbing James. All right. Next, we have Shairaj. Sorry if I butchered your name. I apologize. From Lemniscap, who may also be not here yet. There we go. Welcome. Shesho, nice to meet you. And Tess from Tess Ventures, welcome. And we have James from Neuron. Let's go. Okay. I think we're all very happy to be here. My name's Mona. I work for German Venture Capital Fund. As an investor, we invest in Web3 companies, and I also run a Web3 syndicate. And I'm very, very happy to be here today to moderate the panel on DePIN. So maybe we'll start and we'll have all of you give a quick intro on who you are, who you represent, and then we'll dive into the questions. So Amit, maybe we start with you.
Yeah, sure. So hey guys, I'm Amit. So I'm representing Borderless Capital. Personally, I've been in investments for a decade and a half now. I was the first hire at Borderless when we started back in 2018, the first partner in the fund. So we have multiple funds from which we deploy at a high level VC capital or more private investments. From there, we have multiple thematic funds. The current active funds which are deploying, one is focused on interoperability cross-chain. Then we have a DePIN focused thematic fund from which we are in our third vintage. We have done a number of DePIN deals, some of the recent ones being Codis, recently announced WingBits. Earlier we have done Demo, GeoNet, HiveMapper. So I think overall, like from our second fund, we did around 35 investments in DePIN. From the current, we have done around 15 already, and a few more in pipeline. And then the third is a LATAM focused fund. And Patrick, who was in the panel before me, he is also working on our opportunities growth kind of strategy. And then we also have a liquid arm which does liquid investments. So.
Hello everyone, I'm Shashav. I'm a general partner at Lemniscap. We're generally early stage venture fund specializing in crypto. What we like to do is generally do your first or second rounds. We do a lot of leads and co-leads. Our thesis is to do smaller number of checks, higher conviction check size, so our check size is larger. We do lesser number of deals, but ideally the idea is that we like to work hands-on with our team we invest in. Our team is pretty remote, so we have one person in Dubai, one person in Singapore, 2 in Hong Kong, 3 in Europe. We like to deploy across the segment as such. We are generalists as such. I always treat each deal as it comes. Things we look at is team and product, but hoping to have an interesting discussion on DePIN here.
Thank you. Yeah, so you hopefully heard my presentation earlier, but I'm a CEO of Neuron, and we're basically a demand-sided infrastructure looking to connect customers into DePIN and AI projects. So we're not a layer one, we're not a Solana or a Peak. We're looking at trying to connect demand into these systems because we can't operate casinos every day. But really, what does our product do? We connect any.
James, I'm so sorry, we can't hear you.
Oh, really? Hello?
Sorry.
There
Can you hear
we
me
go.
now?
Oh, loud and clear.
Right, I'll start again. We're a demand-sided infrastructure connecting, allowing developers to connect any app or agent into any resource on any network. So we launched with connecting flight tracking sensors into traffic management displays in airports and for drone systems. But we're very much work with layer one networks to integrate their DePIN and AI projects. And really operating that intersection, we see DePIN and AI as being very synergistic with each other. DePIN often produces data and AI loves data. So these two work hand in hand. And we're really enabling machine-to-machine services to try and build customer traction for these projects.
Thank you, everyone. I'm Tess Hal, founder of Tess Ventures. We're a Silicon Valley VC fund, a team of 10. We are sector agnostic, stage agnostic, so we invest globally. We have about 300 portfolios. We've been in blockchain for about 10 years and seen the different cycles. So our thesis in DePIN was very early. So we are early investors in Aether, one of the, quite successful DeepIn project. As well, we also have done gaming DeepIn projects, such as Beamable. They recently raised a big round from Bitcraft. It's in the media this week. And they are an orchestra layer. And hopefully that will help the GameFi industry. So that would be very exciting. Happy to share more about that. Further, besides being an investor, started my first company in university and then realized that building a company is great. That company got acquired by the time I graduated. Then I decided to focus on investing. And since then, spent 2 years at Stanford and just been investing in Web 2 companies and Web 3 over the last 10 years. We've been doing a lot of Web 3 AI, and it's been very exciting, such as zero gravity. Aether itself is an AI, decentralized compute. What we realize the current state of the market is a lot of AI companies that are, you can say meme, but with the speculation of utility. So I kind of got frustrated at that and recruited amazing co-founders. We also just recently started Joinable.ai. So I'm one of the co-founders, and what we do is infrastructure data processing and Web3 search. So that's our thesis, and we leverage DeepIn on this. So very excited to share more.
Thank you very much. Thanks everybody for the intros. Let's get into the questions. So we're moving from centralized to decentralized physical infrastructure networks. But that doesn't come without its challenges. And it doesn't come without having to transform long-standing traditional industries. Where do you, as operators, as investors, see the biggest use cases and the most transformation that's already happening in the traditional space? Anybody, please.
So I think basically, if you see, the whole DeepIn industry had started by a project called Helium. And what Helium demonstrated for everyone was that decentralized projects are very good at jump-starting supply. I think what Helium got wrong was that there was no demand for what supply it was building. But the idea is the basic premise of whole DeFi or DeepIn is that you can, for industries which have heavy capex, you can basically crowdsource the capital and the human resources to jumpstart supply sides infrastructure much quicker than traditional players could do that. And I think a lot of teams, if you take any problems that are existing in the world, which are on the infra side, also consumer DeepIn as such, basically crypto and incentives give you a mechanism to jumpstart supply and build your infrastructure much faster rates than traditional players could. And I think that's where the strength of whole DeepIn industry is. And the question is, where do we start? Which industries do we start decentralizing?
I think spot on. I think one of the core kind of key areas where decentralized can help from a DeepIn angle is capex heavy. So we started with telecom, with Helium. So instead of, for example, a centralized telecom company, especially in underserved regions, say in LATAM or Africa, going and setting up towers, which would be like a multi-billion dollar exercise. You can have individuals who can, buy a hardware for $800, $1,000, $2,000, and as a part of that, strengthen the network as well as earn Helium tokens. Right? That's the whole premise. In addition to that, what we are seeing, I think what is very exciting is we recently led investment in. We doubled down and led the follow-on round in a company called Wingbits. I'm just taking that as an example. So earlier, flight tracking used to happen by enthusiasts, which basically gave flight data to FlightAware, Flight Radar. You might have heard of those. And basically, the enthusiasts were not really rewarded for it. All the monetary rewards were taken by these centralized companies. So now with DeepIn, what happens is, what Wingbits does is, so you have an antenna, or you can basically buy an antenna, and as a flight tracking enthusiast, you can actually track flights, and that data is actually worth millions, which is sold, and you actually get rewarded for it. So basically, in addition to capex heavy areas, also areas where in Web 2 world, where the benefits, similarly, we are, we've not announced it yet, we're investing in a company called Teneo, which is helping users monetize their social media data, right? So also, I think Deepin comes in areas where it was difficult to monetize and distribute those monetary rewards to actual individual contributors, where some centralized parties used to take most of the monetary rewards.
On the flight tracking, I think, James, you have something to say on that one.
Yeah, we know one or two things about flight tracking. Basically, what we've seen within the Deepin sector is most projects have focused on supply side. They've decentralized the economics of ownership of the supply side of a network of resources, let's call them. But they haven't really focused too much on the demand side. How do we actually connect these networks into customer systems? And I think this is quite a major part. Sales is fairly important for within any business. And what we're seeing is, how do you decentralize access to these resources? And that's the problem that we've focused on and solved. So we do incorporate a flight tracking network with Neuron, but we're open to other networks. So I don't think we're a competitor to Wingbits. But what we can also do is look at existing Web 2 networks that already exist out there. So you mentioned a couple, FlightAware, Flightradar 24. We're already working with JetVision, UAvionics. These are some of the biggest giants within aerospace already. How do we connect in those resources into customers in a decentralized way? And we do that through an edge network infrastructure. So open sourcing access and decentralizing that access from a customer perspective to the resources. And so I think that's the problem, the next problem of a wave of problems that we're going to see being solved at the moment. Not just looking at the economics and the ownership problem on the supply side, but looking at how we access that in a decentralized manner as well.
Thank you. So we feel Deepin allows for data and compute privacy. And at Joinable, one of the things that we tackle is to leverage Deepin by joining fragmented data for businesses and providing the data processing for companies that are leveraging AI. And we feel this infrastructure is going to, for example, Zero G is like a layer at the bottom. We'll sit right on top of that stack. And on top of that, we also have a product that is Search AI, decentralized Search AI. That will be the DAB layer. How we're thinking about it is there's these pain points that the industry has not solved yet. We hope to be able to come in and bridge some of those gaps, and then, of course, leverage our existing portfolio so we can, also synergize with them. And hopefully, by doing that, there's true utility, true impact, which builds out that ecosystem that we can allow for other Web3 AI companies to leverage what we have built. So we're here to build this long term, and the technology side, we have that covered. What we want to do is make sure we focus also on our Web3 audience, and that will be, the first community that we'll be focusing on. But the technology itself will be provided to Web2 companies and Web3 companies.
Thank you. And besides maybe reducing, CapEx requirements that we heard, and several use cases we've heard, flight tracking, social, etc., this doesn't come without its challenges, right? Because you do have some scalability challenges, you do have some mass adoption challenges. Maybe I'll throw it back to Tess, because I think you just kind of already talked about it a little bit. How do you mitigate this? How do we get beyond this? How do we make it mass adoption ready?
Yeah, that's always the challenge, especially since if we're just talking specifically about the Web3, the Web3 community, we're so tied to what happens to Bitcoin, what happens to the market. And reality is that blockchain, crypto, the performance of even, true utility tokens and projects, it's so correlated with Wall Street now. And there's plus and minuses to that. However, we do feel this is the most exciting time to be part of building or investing in Web3 companies or AI companies, because we feel we're at that brink of adoption. To mitigate, to also just think through, the risk involved in, how we proceed with this. For us at Test Venture, we basically focus on a cross-pollinated portfolio. We hope to give different companies and different founders that unfair advantage by helping them solve that co-start problem and helping them, accelerate. And that's all we can do from an investor side. From a founder side, we really hope to see what is needed in the market. If we can't find the teams that can do this, we either incubate or we build it ourselves. That's basically been our thesis.
I think for us, what the biggest challenge is disintermediating the crypto element from enterprise. So if you go in a room with Thales, for example, and go and start talking to them about tokens, I guarantee you they will walk out that room within about 10 seconds. They're not interested in tokens. They're not interested really in the blockchain technology that sits behind it. What they care about is the benefits that it can provide to them. And so we've run a number of trials with some of the biggest OEMs out there, Thales, NATS, people like Google Wing. And what they're interested in is low latency systems, high availability systems, data privacy, customization. These are the kind of things that they care about. And they can't get that from centralized cloud-based systems. A lot of the DeepIn and AI projects we're seeing at the moment, they decentralize the ownership of the resources, but what they don't do is decentralize access to those resources. They provide a single cloud-based application and an API to access it. And they become indistinguishable from your Flightradar 24s and your FlightAwares and companies like that. The next sort of stage of that innovation is how do we provide that access to them, but in a way that they don't need to worry about Web3, they don't need to worry about tokens, they don't need to worry about blockchain. They can just integrate it, and they have those things managed for them by services. So we have on-ramps and things like this that essentially manages those aspects. So they have a bank as such. You could think of it as a bit like a bank. It looks after their keys and their coins. But actually, they just want the service. They want a direct debit at the end of the month or a credit card payment at the end of the month. So that's the biggest challenge. And we're seeing tons of solutions in that area at the moment, working with a few companies to deliver on that. But I think that's probably the biggest challenge, I would say, is that how do you sort of interface Web 2 with Web 3?
Yeah. I like to first answer this for going back to the supply and demand side of the discussion we had, right? Problems where the demand exists today. Like there has been this idea in crypto that by the current build the supply and there's enough demand and you can build supply for that. And to give an example of that would be something like EV charging. So today EV charging networks are slow to catch up. It's capex heavy and there are enough EVs in certain geographies like Europe. Density is enough, but the chargers are taking time. Tesla network is the largest network, right? We recently invested in a project called D-Charge. They're trying to build basically EV charging network which can ramp up fast. And so if you build infrastructure for things where existing demands exist and you are not supposed to create that demand, I don't think the demand is the major issue. I completely agree with James here that from a user perspective, they don't care about tokens, they care about services, right? The token part is should be abstracted as much as possible from end users as such. And I think the biggest challenges are, one is regulatory, because a lot of DeepIn operations are cross-border. So you are actually operating in different countries and you have to manage regulations in different countries, from GDR to energy regulations to certifications. The other is obviously misaligned incentives as such. Because tokens are volatile, there can be periods of time when token prices are not sustainable for node operators to run the infrastructure. On the other side, for a consumer side, like a Google wants to pay $100 for something, right? I don't want to pay $50 50X token, and that 50 token can be $200 today, can be $50 tomorrow. I want a consistency there, right? Enterprises are very good at trying to plan ahead, 10 years, understand their cash flow in dollars, in terms they understand. So I think these are the major challenges, but I think things are being solved.
I think Tess, James, Shashank, I think they covered it well. Maybe just to summarize it and maybe add a couple more points. So we basically published like a Deepin Thesis 2.0. We broke Deepin into two kind of parts. One is like commoditized Deepin, so where you just need your smartphone. So stuff like Natix, where you don't need to buy a specific hardware to start contributing. And bespoke Deepin, where you need to buy hardware. So GeoNet, HiveMapper, and so on. And so one common challenge is demand. Like that's the biggest challenge. That's one of the things actually even when we are investing, we look at. In fact, when we have not invested in say some compute company or so on, is because we don't really see the demand. By far, that is one of the biggest challenges common. The other two, I would say, one is supply. So specifically for commodity Deepin, because these are a lot of when you are at the at the call of at the phone calls level and so on. So that's and that problem is more for commoditized Deepin, where there is specific hardware involved. And then the third, I would say, one of the challenges again which we are seeing in our portco is because this is Deepin is in that like Web 2.3, Web 2.5, where a lot of like hardware elements are also involved. Some of the founders are not really maybe not as crypto savvy as or not as degens as somebody from a pure Web3 background is. So we have some portcos again where the fundamentals are extremely strong, where they are making, for example, like $1 million plus in ARR, but the token price doesn't reflect it. And it is just because, I think the way crypto industry works is you have to go, you have to put yourself out there, you have to, get the community behind you. So I think that is the third main thing, where to be a successful Deepin project, I think either the founder or they need to have a very strong team which actually speaks crypto and they are able to get the community behind the token.
So Amit, and the question is for everybody from like an investor perspective, and I'll ask yours after that. If you had kind of 3 metrics or 3 main criteria that you would, tell to founders that are trying to pitch to you their Deepin project, what are you looking for? Do you have specific maybe 3 or 4 points that you're like, look, if you don't have those points, I don't think you're ready to talk to us?
Happy to share a few. At Test Venture, we are always founders focused. It is about the founding team. And the value proposition that they share with us at that time is important, but not as important as to the configuration of the founding team. So ideally, there is a business founder and a technical founder. And if they are focusing on Web3, it would be ideal that, one or both of them can cover that. If not, there needs to be someone on that team. Further, I think it's also important that they focus on solving real-world pain points and not just build AI or Deepin or blockchain for the sake of it, and address clear infrastructure inefficiencies. We all know everyone chases narratives, so it's super important that as an investor, you do your diligence to understand if the founding team has that domain expertise. And we've been very good at that. All the different portfolios, we were early Eigenlayer, early Monad, early, all Aptos. It is because we've known the individual before they were founders. So oftentimes, that's why we are the first check into a lot of these projects, or in the first early stage round. And I'm based out of the Valley, so very fortunate, there's a lot of innovation there. And I also think if they can understand regulatory and be able to really have a good grasp of that, or someone on the team has, is very important. As a builder, yes, they need to build, but you can't be building heads down. You're always monitoring the market, and I think it's crucial that you find founding team that are, quite agile, quite adaptable, and be able to also surround themselves with great advisors and great investors on their cap table.
To add with this, I think all of us agree that team if your early stage founder, early stage investor, team is the first checklist, first thing on your checklist is thing. I always say when we invest in founders, it's never, founders have a mix of quality, and there's no defined thing. It's early stage investing is a lot like dating. And it's the same answer as what's your perfect wife, right? You might have a perfect answer, but no girl is that perfect answer, right? So it's a plus or minus of everything. The other thing for us is at least at Lemniscap, we try to understand the product landscape very deeply, understand that the founder understands the product, the market, especially for a deep in project. Like if a founder comes and he's telling me he's trying to build an energy network, and he does not understand how energy grids work in EU and UK or wherever geographies he is, I can't take him seriously, right? So understanding of the industry he is very important for us. And then added benefits are obviously if he understands crypto, because crypto part is a lot about marketing, right? So as Amit alluded to previously, is that you can have projects, but if they don't know how to market it, the prices don't reflect that, right? So it's a combination of everything. But every deal to its own, right?
You want to end on that dating advice?
Well, I wanted to, if there's nothing to add, maybe one sentence from you as a founder looking from the other side at this. Just one sentence, because I think otherwise we're going to be chucked out here.
So I think it's important that there's synergy with your project and the investment thesis of the investors. I would say that's probably the main thing for us is, ultimately the success of a Web3 project is based on the amount of connections, partnerships, and how well you can get the product out to market, really. It's all well and good producing an amazing product, but unless it's put in the hands of people, then no one's going to use it. So I think for us, it's the most important thing is someone who's got relevant investment, so maybe portfolio companies who have synergies with yours, and understand the domain that you're actually building product in, and ultimately are able to connect you to the right people within the market that you're looking for.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Big round of applause.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, lovely panel, for a lovely panel. Next up, we have another panel that's going to be lovely with lovely panelists. RWA, Real World Assets, is revolutionizing ownership, tokenization, and the markets of the future. And this panel is going to be led by my famous best friend, crypto attorney other than me, Josh Lawler. Come on up, Josh. Another crypto attorney from Los Angeles. There's two of us in the same room. If we touch, will the room explode? No, it's okay. Hi, Josh. How you doing? Take a seat. So Josh, with great pleasure, will introduce his other panelists for this epic RWA conversation. Josh, take it away. Another round of applause for Josh.
Thank you, Gordon. Appreciate that.
How long have we known each other?
Over 10 years, somewhere between 10 and 15. Can I get a massage the whole time? That'd be great. That'd be wonderful since we're doing that. He's got very strong hands. All right, so we have a very distinguished panel. Some folks who are really outstanding. We've got Hari Kamal from Ionic Capital. Are you here, hopefully? Or we might not. We have JT Law from IVC Fund. Or possibly not. You guys might get a little bit of a monologue. We have Mansoor Matavi blockchain partners. Oh, come on up, guys. Yeah, it's like gathering there. No, I'm gonna pass. There's microphones. Everybody can introduce themselves. It's nice to see everyone. Pleasure. And Philip, we've got Philip has shown up as well, so we're just missing Harry. Does anybody know if he's outside? Harry Kamal? Do a yell. And while we're waiting for the yell, I'll do my brief introduction and then just send it down the line. Great to see you again. My name is Josh Lawler. As Gordon has mentioned, I'm a lawyer in the United States, in Los Angeles. I've been practicing for about 30 years. I feel like that needs to be in like a mom's voice. I've been practicing for about 30 years, the last 20 at our firm Zuber Lawler, where we handle a lot of matters that involve emerging areas of industry and technology. I come out of finance, mergers, acquisitions, and securities law, M&A. And then somewhere around 2010, I was dumb enough to not buy Bitcoin at a dime. And then somewhere around 2017, ICO Mania made everything about securities law. And at that point, I started reading on the technology and discovering how incredible it is, and have been something of an evangelist for the technology ever since. In that context, we've probably represented north of 150 clients across distributed ledger technology in more or less all aspects. So we've got a great vision of the ecosystem. And I'm very excited to be moderating this panel today. And I'll pass it to JT to do his intro. And we ain't got no Harry, so I'm going to move over too, because this is just weird.
Hi, I'm JT Law, partner at IVC. We're a Web3 venture capital firm. What's interesting for this panel is actually before I was in the Web3 space, I first started out my career in investment banking and doing real estate securitization. So a lot of parallels into what I think we're going to be talking about later today. So I spent actually most of my life as a licensed and regulated securities professional. And that was fun and interesting. Obviously, Web3 became even more fun and interesting. But I think, especially with what's happened in last year and this year, and probably going forward, you're going to see a lot of convergence of Web3 unregulated with a lot of what is in the world happening with the licensed and regulated fields.
Hello. So, first of all, I'm excited to be doing this panel with friends in the industry of many years, Josh, JT, and Philip. These are all guys that I think are extremely knowledgeable in this space, so great to be here talking about RWAs with them. For myself, my name is Mansoor. I'm a partner at Blockchain Founders Fund. We're an early stage venture capital fund investing in this space since 2017.
Hi guys, Philip Kaspers-Papst here. I'm a recovering Web3 entrepreneur. Now I find myself investing money on behalf of the Dubai government, both directly into startups as well as into VCs around the region. I obviously have a very big interest in Web3, and the Dubai government is very excited about RWA, especially with regards to real estate and everything else that happens in this region. So absolute pleasure being here, and thanks for having me.
Excellent, thank you. Well, as Mansoor said, it's great to do things with friends and colleagues. So I wanted to just start off with like setting the table on RWA, because I think it's a very deceptive term by itself. It's shorthand, but if you think about it, what is an asset? Well, realistically speaking, an asset is just about anything. And if you look at what we're talking about putting assets on the blockchain. And what that really is the blockchain is basically just media. A token is the equivalent of a piece of paper. And if you ask, how do I regulate paper? How do I deal with paper? The answer is, well, what's on it? So an RWA is basically anything, except now it's on a blockchain. That's pretty much it. And that might be real estate, as we've talked about. That might be diamonds. That might be an intangible asset, like, say, we were talking about ownership of video game assets before. And if you've had an addiction to World of Warcraft and taken a character to level 80 for a year, you know that there's value there that you'd want to own. And believe it or not, that's an RWA. Most things you can imagine are. So kind of setting the table there, what is it about moving assets onto blockchain that just creates new things and excitement? Anybody who wants to take it first is welcome to it.
I'll just start with a really boring case and a really simple case, right? Individuals around the world putting the idle cash, let's just say US dollars for this example, in the bank, get maybe what, 1% interest rate, right? The bank takes your money, they put it with the Federal Reserve, they get 4.1% interest rate, right? This is why Tether had $13 billion of net income last year with 150 employees, right? That's pretty amazing, right? And one of the advances that's happened in the last year or two is that, right, people with a wallet can go buy yield-bearing stable coins or related instruments. I'm not gonna say the names because I'm not gonna do a marketing pitch for these companies because you all know who they are, right? But that is huge improvement, right? For anyone who has access to these instruments, right? Instead of getting, for your $100,000, you're getting $4,000 for doing nothing and relatively risk-free. Now, this is in the license and regulatory. Most of these entities are licensed or regulatory, but there are also some DeFi mechanisms which now give access to this, right? I think this is a huge win for people all over the world, right? And that's just a start, right? It doesn't get as simple as this. So, so when people say, hey, explain to me what this is, right? I say, let's just start from something really, really simple that everyone can relate to because most people here have a bank account and can get, and now you have access to yield. Even more powerful is for people that don't have a bank account but only have a wallet. Now they hold a US dollar coin equivalent with access to yield.
Yeah, very, very good point, JT. I think for me, what I'd like to add to that is accessibility. So with the introduction of RWAs or other assets on blockchain, there's increased accessibility to assets or alternative assets that might previously have only been limited to the largest of hedge funds or banks that the general retail public would not be able to get access or exposure to. So I think that's something that blockchain is really changing with RWAs.
Yeah, so the access piece is a good point. On the flip side, we're creating more liquidity with that in certain asset classes that are struggling. I think venture capital is one of them right now. So in the current market environment, LPs are struggling or doing very hard to sign any type of LP commitments. So if we can throw sort of another angle into all of this as a sort of new source of liquidity, but maybe also as an exit path for some of these investors that maybe don't want to stay for a full fund term, that could be very, very interesting. So, I mean, you can take this conversation to so many different directions, right? I think there's pros and cons for everything, but ultimately access, liquidity are kind of the biggest points for me at least.
Right, I mean, exactly. And that's really the challenge, is that you can take it into so many different directions, and many of them really have almost nothing to do with each other. So, before we get into that, because the regulatory on this gets even more challenging, because of course tokens also don't respect borders. So you're dealing with this asset that can be virtually anything, that can also be purchased by virtually anyone, and good luck geo-blocking that out. Let's start first though with something which I think is a little bit easier, which is market adoption. So JT was talking about the access, and it's as simple as saying, okay, well, you're familiar with having a bank account, or maybe you're unbanked, and that makes sense. That's a great use case. Where else do you guys see kind of the low-hanging fruit for market adoption? What kind of gets you excited?
Yeah, I'll maybe start that with like one of the challenges I see toward market adoption.
Sure.
And so far, what most of the companies in the RWA space have been doing is finding assets that are available from other sources, whatever. And I'll use like T-bills as an example, right? I know the rates have changed, but earlier, I think in the year, they were around 5%. Most of the RWA platforms, or the on-chain variant of those T-bills, were offering 4.5%, and they were capturing 0.5% net interest margin as revenue or profit to those businesses that were offering those, right? Now, the biggest treasuries in the crypto space, when I've chatted with them around why they're not using those on-chain variants, they're like, well, we're big enough that we can off-ramp and buy large sums of those through bank accounts, that they'll do that with fiat. And from a lot of companies I've talked to in the RWA space, what they did not expect, and I think what they found out, is that their biggest demographic in terms of customer base is these DAOs, these crypto organizations that do not want to off-ramp for whatever reason, or organizations that cannot get access to banking. and they're willing to pay that additional 0.5%. But once you get to a certain size and you have the ability to off-ramp effectively, you probably would take the extra 0.5%.
Makes sense. So I will back it up to what else makes you excited, because I get the idea that that was a challenge to market adoption. Thank you for the curveball. Philip, do you have any particular areas in the RWA spectrum that you find kind of particularly likely to be adopted sooner rather than later, or that you find particularly exciting?
Well, I think obviously the big sort of super app that's been built is kind of digitized hard currency, right? So we are trying to look out for the next big thing. And we've analyzed a lot of different asset classes, but I always find it very difficult to make a case for mass adoption anywhere where the kind of RWA wrappers don't work hand in hand with the regulators, right? I think Dubai is sort of very at the forefront when it comes to these type of things. So we've got an ongoing dialogue with the land department, for example, who are taking this topic seriously. How that's going to actually end up being translated into something tangible is yet to be seen, but the fact that regulators, government entities, and all of these stakeholders are working together to come up with a solution that everyone buys into, I think is very powerful. And I think that is ultimately the foundation for mass adoption. Because yes, I mean, the ethos of Web3 is to have everything decentralized and detached from some of these centralized institutions and bodies, but that's not really how real world works.
No, it's not, and I love the way you blended real world into that, to the real world asset. And I think we should stick with real estate for a little while, because there are some incredibly interesting kind of lessons to be learned from it. And one of the things that, as an American, what you just said interests me massively, is that in Dubai you're actually putting title on chain. So that means you've got a token that represents title. It's very simple. Now the U.S. alternative to this right now is that you have an entity that is formed, and the entity purchases the real estate. And then you sell tokens that represent shares in the entity if you want to fractionalize it, or possibly you could sell the whole thing, but there's no real point in doing that. And it's a very, very different animal, because in the United States what happened there is that I own a share. Maybe I own a LLC unit, but whatever reason is I've got a unit of an entity as opposed to having some interest in property. And they're not actually the same, because that means that my interest is actually subject to a contract. It has to be in order for that entity to own it, which means that it's subject to, court adjudication should something go wrong, what have you. Whereas if title's just on chain, that means that's your title. It's much simpler and much cleaner. So, what has Dubai been able to do that is so difficult in every county in the United States that's kind of allowed them to do that? I'd be really curious.
Well, I mean, I don't know, let's see, right? It's a scary kind of thing to even start unpacking, right? Because in one way, that flexibility, the liquidity is a positive thing for a market, but can also turn it very quickly into a bubble, right? Then on the flip side, when people are maybe not so bullish on the market anymore, if there are no barriers for you to offload a particular piece of ownership, that could kind of create sell pressure in the market too. So do we want crypto volatility in real estate in Dubai? I'm not really so sure about that. So what are the mechanisms that you can put in place that kind of prevent that from happening? Because if you go through the SPV model that you have, I mean that already exists, right?
Mm-hmm.
You can buy a property through a company. There you have to get some kind of consensus from the other shareholders of that particular asset that prevents you from doing irrational things. But if the sale is just a click of the button away, I mean, that sounds like a pretty scary scenario to me, right? Especially if I'm pumping my heart and soul into this asset, it's my family home, etc. And one day I wake up and it's worth 60% less. I mean, that even happens under normal market conditions in Dubai. Yeah. So what does the tokenized world of that look like, right? Let's see.
We must come to terms with our fears and desires, I guess. I mean, real estate's also a very interesting case, because real estate is not, generally speaking, designed well to be fractionalized. And if you think about it, if you own a house, then subject to certain governmental restrictions, you get to do whatever you want to do with the house. I mean, if you want to paint the interior of a room plum, you can do that. Now, if you have 1,000 owners of a house, because it's been tokenized, then you have to start asking, well, what does that ownership actually is it? Is it just like an economic strip and those people are entitled to some kind of rent? Or do 1,000 people really have the right to decide what color it's supposed to be in the room? And if that's the case, can any one of them do it just randomly, or do you have like a condo association type of system? So I find real estate really fascinating because I think a lot of folks don't realize how many different dynamics there are at this.
I think like though that to me like that in real estate was something a lot of people in crypto start talking about, and I think first when you fractionalize real estate you introduce a whole lot of problems around like foreign ownership laws depending on what countries we're talking about. But secondly, like you're taking one or very few number of properties and then fractionalizing, and so you're taking what REITs were existed to do, hold multiple properties and then fractionalize them to a number of owners, and you're just removing the diversification of multiple properties and putting all the risk with one property, right? And so, I mean, all the management and operating the property, that still exists, right? That's still overhead, and that is, with some economies of scale in a REIT, and so I don't really see how crypto makes that particular scenario fractionalization better than what exists. But I think there's many cases where fractionalization of assets makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, go ahead, JT.
Yeah, just coming from the real estate securitization world, I think there's a reason then as well as now why it's an institutional market, right? One, it's, let's just say a property is 300 million, right? They probably don't want 1 million holders in small amounts, right? Maybe they want like, 20 or 30 large institutionals, and then they trade amongst themselves if they want liquidity. And liquidity, I think back in the days was not even a real desire for these investors, right? For them, it was really maturity duration matching, right? And there's so much that is in the operations, right? You have two exactly the same properties right next to each other. One is good manager, one is bad manager. They're going to be priced differently, although asset-wise it's the same thing. And I think institutionals or large, a more concentrated number of holders can reappoint and change a manager, and they're able to. But if you have people doing a vote, like, what do they know, right? And if they're a lot and small, they're going to do very little work into it. And that really, I think that's one of the, these things that we said is one of the impediments why actually it really hasn't happened yet to date.
Yeah, no, totally agree. And from at least a U.S. perspective, as soon as you start getting a property manager involved in things, now you're treading into the world of securities. And again, it's no longer really real estate on chain. But on the flip side, now I'm gonna sell the dream a little bit. Let's just say that there is a piece of property and it is an NFT and it is on chain, and even in the United States there's methodologies for doing this in kind of an abstracted way. Now, if I want to buy that property, I just have to buy the NFT. And that NFT being on chain, handles all of the trust. I just simplified the process dramatically, cut so much inefficiency out of the property purchasing and selling process, potentially evolved the lending dynamics on it, because one of the things we have, at least in the United States, is almost every bank with a mortgage has got a due on sale clause. So every time a property is purchased and sold, if the interest rate of the loan that existed was much lower, which right now a lot of them are because of COVID, the bank is getting a break because now suddenly it can put a interest rate on that's 6 or 7% higher than what it was previously. Well, if I'm not a bank, I don't particularly want that. I want to just be able to buy this real property subject to the loan that may not be a bank loan, because this is just so much easier to secure than it was before. I mean, do you guys have any thoughts on that?
I mean, I think I would actually want to digress, right? I think everyone talks about real estate because it's the largest asset class in the world, right? $400 trillion, right? And everyone's eyes just get really big when that number's thrown out. For everything which is liquid already, let's see, like a REIT, actually, it's been taken care of, right? And there is actually compliance, and because it's listed equity, you actually do have protection because shareholders can sue, right? And that's how you get class action lawsuits, right? And for some of these, there's examples of retail ones in the U.S., student housing ones, logistics in Singapore. I actually think this is pretty fully covered, right? So for anything that's very covered, doing well, you can take them off. Tokenization is not going to do it better. Yes, they have a high cost structure, but then their market cap allows it, right? A lot of what we've been trying to do in real estate is, and I think that is the promise, right? That this is this great thing, unlock liquidity, but are the costs worth the benefits, right? Small property, high cost, no or low transparency, and are individuals actually gonna buy it because they think they can make money at the risk of getting screwed by the issuer, basically?
So, let me throw out a different paradigm at you then. I am in Los Angeles, and unfortunately, we had a very large fire. For anybody who doesn't know, 15,000 structures burnt down. And the expectation is that that is going to do some really dramatic things to the high-end residential market, because most of those structures were actually very nice structures. So if I decide I want to buy a house, but I don't have a down payment to do it because the prices just went through the roof, using a blockchain and an NFT and a smart contract, I can now set something up where I can purchase the house, but instead of having a down payment, somebody else will front that for me. But they're going to get the cap gain when I go to sell the NFT that represents that house. So I'm paying almost a fixed rent. It's like it's fixing my own rent because it's in the context of a purchase agreement. Is that a use case that might change your mind a little bit in terms of putting the house on chain?
I think it's interesting. I think we're in this industry because we're trying to do stuff which is different, right? And maybe you do some stuff which is breaking the rules in the beginning, but you hope that the adoption convinces the regulators to change the rules. In the U.S., there actually is such a company, and they drew it, and they formed, I think, Wyoming LLCs.
Yeah, let's not quite go there, but yeah.
Right, okay. To do something like this, right? Now, I don't want to talk about the legality, because then, that's very deep. But I think it's an interesting idea, right? Because I think right now, one of the problems for young people is that, look, it's not that they don't want to invest or buy a house, right? But that price point is way above them. But whether it's investing in a house or equities or whatever else, right? If they're given opportunity to start small and grow and roll up to that, I think it's great. Right now, well, house is one or none deal, and I think I think it's very interesting. I think we probably see business plans of people trying to do this, but I think the execution's hard. That company in the U.S. actually they've done quite a number of properties, and but once again, what happens in this case, right? If the house burns down, and the asset gets burnt down. This is an issue I have, right? Whereas, let's say you had a diamond, a gold, right? It was put in the vault. The vault burned down, it got robbed, but there's insurance that covers it. In this case, I'm from LA as well. My parents called me right afterwards. They said, oh, the insurance company called today and said they canceled the insurance. I was like, wow.
Yep.
We've been paying insurance for 20 years, nothing burned down. This is this is not the big fire. 2018 was very close to us. This time they said, that's it, we're not covering you anymore. We're like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, half of what burnt actually was insured by the state of California. So we're in a little trouble on that one. But in any case, not to digress into that too much. Any other comments on real estate, or we can leave real estate?
Yeah, I think the point you made is quite interesting, but it's a little bit different than specifically having the real estate on chain, because what you kind of described is, having a mortgage on chain, right? And the funder of that mortgage could be anybody. It doesn't have to be a big bank with an unique repayment schedule. And I think a lot of us are in crypto because we believe in innovating the financial system and the way payments get made, and the way we interact with money. And I think that's one of the most beautiful things about crypto and blockchain. And so I support different alternative use cases like that. But I still think that's different from specifically the real estate being on chain or the fractionalization components. I do agree that for something like that to work, we do need to get to a stage where the real estates are on chain, and the mortgages or the title positions can be executed in that order, and payments go in the right flow and things like that. But it's a different conversation than the liquidity that property has and the fractionalization and that sort of thing.
Yeah, and by the way, I actually put this together for a client, and yeah, the real property would be an NFT, and then the mortgage would be a different NFT, and yeah.
Actually, let me revise my answer a little bit, because we've been trying to find out the ways where it doesn't work, and we should be trying to find out the ways where it does work, right? And the issues I've had with why it would not work before is you didn't know who the operator was, right? But I think you can change that, right? So if I give an example and I say, well, we're in this hotel right now, right? It's a Marriott property, right? I think it's very clear, when it's very clear who the property owner is, right? And we all know who Marriott, we know Hilton, Hyatt, right? You have a pretty good amount of confidence in these companies, right? And their incentive structure is aligned, i.e., 10% revenue, 10% EBITDA, which is a standard this kind of flag hotel gets, right? Then it's very clear, right? That they're not going to try to cheat on the expenses, mismanagement, because it's not in their interest too. And whatever is left over does flow back to the property owners. And if the property does well, the asset value goes up, right? I actually think in this case it makes sense because I'm sure people in this room, you can buy a house, but you probably won't be able to buy like an entire hotel. And that opens up, once again, you could never invest in the hotel as an asset. Now you can for a $10,000, $100,000 check.
Yeah, no, I really like that, and I do agree with your point. The one thing that I see is, like, if you're Marriott or if you're Hilton or whatever, like, and you needed access to capital, like, there is debt markets that they do tap into those often. And so if they're gonna go out and offer some crypto-related product for financing properties, essentially, my view is that they're gonna only do it because they're skimping out on what's being offered in terms of the return on investment to the end user. And so probably wouldn't want to buy that product anyway.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, there's a few different directions this goes, and I totally agree with you. And one is the disintermediation direction, which is just like, we can do it cheaper by cutting people out, and that'll happen. One of them is we can sell stuff to people who don't know any better direction, which I mean, it's dangerous, and it's not unique to blockchain. I mean, if you look at the 2007 financial crisis, I mean, no offense to Iceland, but the Iceland pension system got screwed because they were the ones that were buying all these collateralized debt obligations that were like through screwy rating systems. There's always going to be somebody there willing to purchase, and I don't know about you guys, but I've seen plenty of proposals go by me where like it really was, let's strip out the risky stuff and sell it at less of a premium than like the risky stuff should get from a premium. And there's that end of it also.
It's still a trust issue, and let me actually give you guys another example of where it's actually worked, right? And the country where it's worked is Japan. So we have quite a bit of a presence in Japan. And the reason why it's worked there is, the example is, there's old trading houses that have been around for a few hundred years, right? Their name, their brand, everything about them is their trust. They look at their balance sheet and they say, hey, we only want to invest in the assets, let's say, that return, let's say, 8% ROA or higher. They take these assets and they say, to go to the bank and say, now what do we do with these things, right? The interest rate environment there is pretty low, right? Interest rates are, I think, at 0.5% right now. They offer something at, let's say, 5%, right? With the pure intention of they want to take these assets and invest in, right? Let's say they take their 6% assets, they want to invest in higher assets. They take these, go to the bank channel, distribution channel, sell it as securities, which can be redeemed by the bank, right? So there's some liquidity. It's not perfect like Web3 724, but it can get redeemed. That's the biggest problem with real estate, right? You want out, you need the money, you can't get the money out for whatever reason, or a fund interest or any of these things. And the reason it works is these companies have no intention to screw the investors, and to screw them would be even worse for them because they're in trading, they're in their brands, all these other things, and it works, right? But unfortunately, it may only work in very limited markets where there's such a high level of social trust, bond, social contract with the consumers. But it is a market where it works.
Okay, interesting. Philip, any last thoughts on real estate before we?
No, I think we've covered it all.
Okay.
I mean, we can probably sit here for a couple of hours just diving deeper and deeper into so many different aspects of it. I think there's a lot of potential for this technology in the asset class, right? I think liquidity in spots where we don't have liquidity today is one thing. I mean, look at, Dubai real estate right now. The whole off-plan thing that's happening, right, is something, okay, that's not tokenized today, but can easily be tokenized and can maybe make up for some kind of building gaps that we have in other economies that don't keep up with their demand, etc. But either way, there's so much to unpack there. I think it's just really, really important that, again, regulators work hand in hand with the service providers, because in these hype markets or hype cycles of any sort, where people engage in some kind of like crowdfunding mechanism, it is important that they understand what they invest in and that they're also kind of protected to a certain degree from a litigation point of view, etc., in case things don't go so well after all, right? So I think liquidity is great, but user protection is important, and that's why we've got very strict securities laws all around the world, because it's great when it's great, but it's really bad when it's bad.
All right, so I'm going to be a bad lawyer for a second and say, well, What do we think about the idea that some of these real-world assets might not be securities under various definitions? And to put more of a point on the question, so real estate by definition is not a security. A share of a company that owns real estate is a security, and an interest of a company that is managing a property is a security, but the real estate is not. Foreign currency is not a security, nor is treasury bills. Diamonds are not securities, and very easy to set NFTs with diamonds, and certainly that's one of the interesting use cases I find for a liquid asset. And then, just to kind of open people's eyes up a little bit more, like we're working on something with ocean caught fish, where, as soon as a fish is pulled out, you've got your tuna that comes out, and these fish are worth, between $500,000 and $1 million, believe it or not. And, that's pulled up on shore, and IoT devices take shots of the fish, preserve, where it was caught on geolocation, how it was preserved, everything else. That NFT that represents that fish goes off to a fish market to be, subsold, and ultimately ends up at the sushi table. And that's a real world asset, and that's financeable under some system that, somebody hit. But it changes everything into a bankable asset. I mean, any thoughts on just kind of, I think we're coming to an end. Any thoughts on kind of the near future?
I mean, I think the industry is still quite early. That I think it's great that we can come up with ideas like that, but I think we're at least a decade away from something like that being implemented. I think where, at least in my mind, what will get more adoption first is stuff that has markets that are still somewhat more developed. So think of debt markets, bonds, and all that. I think there is a use case for getting funds on chain, getting access to different kind of debt products through different markets, individuals being able to purchase those. Where in many cases a lot of those products are only available to larger institution, hedge funds, and so forth. And so I think that's a great use case, especially from a perspective of being able to manage treasury. But I think at some point in the future, like this example that you gave with the fish, there's so much more efficiency you can create in a market like that and transparency. But I think we're still a long way away from seeing that day.
So if it happens before 10 years, the sushi is on you?
Absolutely.
Very nice. Okay. All right, so I think, we're kind of at a good closing thoughts point. So for them now, I'll say if anybody has any questions in the audience, I think we're more than happy to answer, unless Gordon's going to get up and tell me that I'm wrong and we're actually long over. I don't know.
Robert, do you have any questions?
Okay, Robert has a question. Does Robert need a microphone? Yeah.
Thank you. Robert, what's on your mind?
Yeah, real estate. So I'm in the real estate sector myself, and everybody, of course, all over the world wants to tokenize real estate. And how would you solve two things? One is the difference between different real estates. For example, like my apartment, his apartment, everybody's apartment is different, right? And if you look at the ownership structure or the revenue stream from this real estate, it can also be completely different, because sometimes you just don't have rent, for example. Then you don't have any income stream, but you sold an NFT or a token or whatever, and that promises to give you some sort of revenue, but the asset does not perform this task because there is simply no tenant, right? And the other thing is, by tokenizing the ownership of real estate, like the land department makes insane amounts of fees from the transactions, right? And they don't want to get rid of these fees. So last year, 800 billion dirhams worth of real estate were sold or transacted in Dubai. 4% of that is about, 32 billion dirhams, right? Like, you don't want to give up that revenue. If you tokenize it, if you're selling NFTs, then there is no revenue. How would you address these two things?
Okay, so first off, completely and totally agree with you. And if you look at what sovereignty is, like the closest thing to what a nation is sovereign about is its land, its territory. So I don't think anybody here is thinking that there's a way we're going to get out of the way of the governments and regulators with respect to land. And even in anything I've drawn up, there's always a methodology for kind of abstracting transfer tax onto a transaction, because otherwise, you're just going to get squashed. I mean, that's a non-starter. So if somebody has a different opinion, I'd love to hear it on that one. In terms of your first question, I think one of the things to recognize is that there's different characterizations of real estate. If you're in it for what we call fee simple ownership, where like it's the whole, all the property rights, all the bundles, all the sticks in the bundle are all there, real estate's unique. Every parcel's unique. And at that point, you can't be fungible and you have troubles creating that type of liquidity, if you will. If, on the other hand, you pool a whole bunch of real properties, like, all the property in Dubai is put into one pool, you can create a lot of, fungible tokens that represent a piece of that pool because it's a large enough bunch. But at the same time, it's not really ownership of real estate, it's ownership of economics that are real estate based. And that's kind of what a REIT was. And that's actually, like JT was saying, it's already done pretty well in the world as far as that goes. And there's a lot of combinations in between. So, it really comes down to what's the value proposition. And I think you look at it from a value proposition and a use case base first, and then figure out how it works. Anybody else?
Good
Thoughts?
job. And on that note, big round of applause for a fantastic panel. Well done. Good question,
Gordon.
Robert. Well done, well done. Testing. Oh, there you go. Folks, you've been amazing. Give yourself a big round of applause. Now we're going to, it's not over. We're going to shift gears. Would you please share with us the details of what's coming next and why it's so valuable?
All right. So next we have the meeting sessions. So the core of our events is the one-on-one meetings that takes place between investors and our projects and startups. So please don't leave. Just the people who has meetings, they can do them in the meeting room right next to us. And concerning the lanyards, keep them please for tomorrow. You need them upon registration when you come, all right? We'll be starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Anything before that would be great if you can attend, all right? And thank you very much for your attendance. There's also some snacks outside for the people that can to network.
Snacks, deals, coffee. Yeah, big round of applause. Again, see you all soon. Thank you.
See you. Thank you.